Okay. There we go. Hi. Hi. We've been having so many technical difficulties. Yeah, I'm Christmassy. Hi. Yeah, I might have gotten distracted watching an anime. And I forgot to do a lot of things. Yeah, I'm Christmassy now. Yay! Hold on. We're gonna do a little bit of just chatting while I show you guys stuff. I haven't checked. I put the new Christmas emotes in. I don't know if they've been approved yet though, which makes me really sad because I put them over 24 hours ago. So let me check. No, they haven't been approved. It's weird because sometimes Twitch approves them automatically for me. So it's really stupid that it didn't. Wait! Oh no! I don't know what that... thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I don't know why my alerts aren't working, hold on. Alert box. Oh, it's because why are all of these alerts down here? Should all be up here. Okay. But thank you, I appreciate it. And TE Killer for life. I'm not really sure how to say your name though. Hi, Merry Christmas! Yeah, yeah. So, my model mama gave me her permission to recolor the model. So while I didn't make this model, I did do all of the recoloring myself. I'm so candy cane like, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, we had some technical difficulties, and you guys have to remind me the other scene I have. Also, wait, okay. There are a lot of technical difficulties. Hold on. Okay. All right, so I have I have captioning now. It's not very good though. I was testing it before. You said it right. Just call me Nate. Okay, I'll call you Nate. That's easy to remember. All I want for Christmas intensifies. Yeah, yeah, the captioning isn't that good, but I thought it would be better than nothing, right? Because then deaf viewers, if there are any, I don't know how many deaf people would be watching Twitch, but I just thought it would be more inclusive. Ooga booga. Oh hell yeah, it works. I also, it should what's the word? Censor a bad word. So if I say fuck, yeah. Good old Jeff Hughes. Oh, did it say Jeff? I need to find a better one. I wanted one that would translate into Japanese and Spanish, but I couldn't find one that was good. There have been a lot of issues. Yeah, okay, wait. So the other scene I have for like the screen share, it's there's no mic attached to it because I copied it from this one. So you guys have to remind me when we play Pajama Sam. Yeah. Oh. This song. You guys can hear the Christmas music, right? So this song I used to actually fall asleep to when I was a little dinosaur. It makes me really sleepy. It's so pretty. No mics attached, no mics allowed. Okay, the captioning is really not good. I mean, Japanese to English captions would depend on pronunciations a whole lot. Better not to have one. No, but yesterday we raided someone that has it. And it works okay. So, like, there's a way to make it work. So you're playing that song, it makes you sleepy while streaming, which makes you sleepy as well. Yeah, but it was short. They only had it for a short time, so I'm not sleepy now. You know what? I've almost fallen asleep on stream multiple times. It's fine. Spanish Mike. This captioning is really bad. Oh my god. It also keeps reminding me that I'm like too quiet, apparently. It got oh my god, right? Yeah. It did. It did. It didn't get it right that time though. It's really bad. Okay, so, hold on a sec. I need to put the captioning somewhere else. So let me show you the full model. So, hi. Oh, look, I'm in a living room. Wow. Okay, so I'm mostly the same, except my sneakers are different, and my sweatshirt, my hair, and my tail are different, but the stockings and the jorts are the same. I am A-posing, you're correct, because I don't have a tracking for my hands. Speak up, streamer. CC needs to work. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, okay, I admittedly didn't plan this well because I thought the emotes would be ready by now. So hold on a second, okay? We're gonna do some screen sharing. Hold on, gamers. I need to make sure everything is in place. I can show you what the emotes look like. I showed them to my sub chat already though. Which is where I'm going. Screen share from. Where did I put them? I put them in here a long time ago. Okay, we're gonna go to screen share. I have to add the mic source. Yeah. T-pose to assert dominance. I can't T-pose, I can only A-pose. Do anti-Krampus maneuvers. Okay. Okay, sure. Sure. Okay, let's go to screen share and I need to add the mic source. Okay, I've added the mic, but for some reason, I don't think my desktop audio is coming through. Views? Oh my god. Thank you, yeah, so, Kotari Kai made these... Wow. Wow, I'm loving this captioning. Sorry, Kotari Kai, made these emotes for me because I won a contest. I really like the confused emote. Portrays my life in one picture? Yeah. If only you guys had it available to you, but Twitch is stupid. So this is what will be accessed. You guys will have access to eventually. I don't know why Twitch is being stupid. Because again, some of my emotes, it gets approved immediately. I don't know why. Okay, we're gonna close Discord. You get to see my lovely wallpaper again, not very Christmassy. Okay, well actually, I'm gonna open Discord up again. Hold on. Move this over and get you guys the official the PNG recolor. Hold on. It's pinned somewhere. Yeah, sorry, no more captioning. There we go. Chrome, stop, please. Thank you. Can I not drag this? I want to drag that. Alright, this is a really scuffed stream. Sorry. I'm loving this cake. Wait, what? Oh. Should I just turn it off? It's really bad, clearly. Twitch is stupid, Lily said, as a Twitch official hiding in the bushes asks whether or not to eliminate Lily. Jeff allows Lily to live another day. You guys are hilarious. Where's my Christmas? Where are my Christmassy things? Hold on. I have too many folders. Okay. So this is my official design. This was by Hard Grind. Oh well, I got Hard Grind correct. Do you think I just need to enunciate better? Is that it? Is that it? Milk! It didn't even pick it up. Wait. Why? Okay, now it is. I don't understand. It keeps saying I'm too quiet. But I feel like I'm not. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, so this is the official design. I decided change the flower color though. But yeah, obviously my 3D model doesn't have feathered arms, but that's feathered arms is canon. So if you need to try to play a game with the voice mod attached, so you're forced to properly announce words. No, I'm good. I'm good, actually, in fact. Okay, so I need to figure out why desktop sound wasn't working. The audio output capture, we need to add existing. We need to add desktop. Now it's added. Desktop should work. Okay, cool. I may or may not have forgotten to download the games. But we're not gonna worry about that. Ugh. Okay, you guys get to look at this. Okay, so which is the first Pajama Sam game? That's the real. I think it's Pajama Sam and No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside. I think. It's 1 a.m. here, sadly, and I have classes that start at 8 a.m. I'm going to sleep. Bye, Pyro Pack. Yeah, bye, Reaper. Thank you for stopping in. Okay, be good now. Oh, fuck. God, that's so loud.
Deep in the bowels of an old power plant, a sinister plot is hatching. Ha ha! At last the time has come to hatch my sinister plot. This lever will activate my blackout generator and the world will be thrown into eternal night. Not so fast, Doctors! What?
I don't know how to exit it. Okay, alright. So I'm gonna turn the Christmas music off. And, oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna play it again. I'm so sorry. And I need to... we're gonna...
In the bowels of an old power plant, a sinister plot is hatching. Ha ha! At last the time has come to hatch my sinister plot.
Sorry, guys. Hold on.
Generator and the world will be thrown into eternal night. Not so fast, Darkness. What? Pajama Man! That's right, Fiend. And I have some gadgets of my
Why is
own.
it still so loud?
Not the Illuminator.
Okay.
5, 2,
Alright.
Stay before you're sucked into my personal bad guy containment unit.
Wish you'd pick up your socks once in a while.
Sure thing, Mom. You can consider that done.
Okay, Sam, you remember tonight's the night we go to sleep with the lights off.
Don't worry about me, Mom. I'm ready.
Yeah, okay.
Put on my pajamas.
Thank you.
If I get
So I will say, mods, I cannot moderate right now because of having in and out of this game is annoying. So be on patrol.
It's dark outside. No need to hide when it's dark outside. I'm not scared. Darkness lives in my closet, but that's okay. I'm not scared.
I'm not scared either.
Okay, I'm scared. I can't sleep with darkness hanging around in my closet. I'm gonna have to capture him. This is a job for Pajama Sam. Now where's my Pajama Sam mask? I need that and my flashlight and my lunchbox. I'm sure that my stuff's in here somewhere.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's go. Okay, he said,
Nothing there.
well, so we have to pick up a sock.
Mom said I should pick these up. This is where I'll put all the socks I find.
Okay.
That's Pajama Man. He's my hero.
Pajama Man? Okay. Is the game a little quiet?
All metal Pajama Man
Are you
lunchbox.
really?
Go through
It's
this
quiet?
I can keep darkness in here after I capture him. Now I just have to find.
How do I wait? Is it Alt Tab? Yeah, okay. Hold on. There we go. It's very hard to escape from this game. Also, what is that weird? I already looked in there.
Nothing but trash in there. Nothing but clothes in here.
What if I click the smaller one?
Here's my flashlight under.
So we need the mask, I think. The only thing that matters in this game is the cheese and crackers. Wait, wouldn't that be in the food one?
The Illuminator Mark V Jr. It takes 2D batteries, you know. Now I just have to find my mask. Can't ask Mom and Dad for help. I have to handle this by myself.
Okay.
And here's Rachel.
It's a cheese and crackers tic-tac-toe game, you know? I don't think I've ever played this game before. I've only played the weather one and the food one. Oh, okay. Am I dumb? This is for kids. Where's the mask? No! Wait.
Trash in there. Nothing good under there.
Oh my god. Am I really failing at a kid's game?
Under there. That's Pajama Man. He's strong and brave, just like me.
I'm already failing. Oh look, it's Freddy Fish.
Darkness is in my closet, but I still need to find my mask before I can go after him. Oh, here's my
Wow.
Pajama.
Okay. Okay.
Protect my secret identity.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Okay,
drink.
I'm ready to go into my closet and capture darkness.
Yeah, no, this captioning is really bad. Okay.
Right, I'm ready for action.
Oh, okay, lunch break over. Godspeed, y'all. Thank you.
All right, darkness, here comes Pajama Sam. Hello? Is anybody in here? Darkness? Hello? Whoa!
Oh, God. Gather, bro. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? I wonder if you'll get the godlike RNG or the bad RNG. Wait, what? This game has RNG?
Ta-da!
RNG.
Ouch. Wow. This looks like where darkness lives, all right. I better go find him before Mom notices I'm gone.
He's definitely sleeping right now.
Well, there's no turning back now.
You sure we can't turn back? I know how to do this. I gotta click on everything. Okay. Doing myself. Almost done. Found your link in Terrace Discord. Oh, great! I'm doing pretty well.
Hey, a board.
So playing the Pajama Sam Games was a community goal, so that's why we're doing it today. Like in Freddy Fish and the Fox game. Yeah. Oh wait.
I can't reach it.
Anything else to click on?
Darkness, I won't be afraid to sleep with the lights out anymore.
Okay, our goal is to capture darkness.
Whoa!
I can't reach it.
What have we here?
No, maybe I have played this game actually.
Signature edition all metal Pajama Man lunchbox. Did you declare these before entering the land of darkness, young man?
Declare? Well, no, I guess not.
I think we'd better confiscate these items. They could be dangerous.
Rude.
Hey, I need those.
And you're traveling in disguise. Let's see what you really.
Okay, so we just found those items just to
Pajama Sam.
to lose them.
All right then, Pajama Sam. You can go. But
I think I'm gonna keep the captioning on, just cause it's so ridiculous.
Now what do I do?
There you go.
You can borrow that if you like.
Thanks.
I feel bad about you losing your things.
Yeah, how am I supposed to capture darkness without all my stuff?
Well, I'm sure your things are here in the land of darkness somewhere. If you look around.
Finally, a
you'll
nice
find it
tree.
again.
I hope so.
Nice rope you got there, yeah.
Okay.
Good luck.
We could probably reach this now.
Maybe I need a way to pull it to me.
Wait, okay. Yes! I'm genius. I'm so big-brained. No! Wait, we lost the rope!
Uh-oh. I hope that nice tree's not too mad that I lost her rope. At least I got this great piece of wood.
I don't know. I feel like the rope would be more useful.
Miss Tree, I'm sorry, but I lost the rope you let me borrow.
Rope? Oh, that's all right. I can probably get a new one.
You're not mad?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of a relief not to have to hold that rope up all day long.
That's good. Now they can't trap other people. The wood is useful for a very stupid reason that I love. Okay.
There must be Darkness's house. I'll bet that's where I'll find him.
how darkness is a person.
Yep, this is Darkness's house, all right. These baskets must be the way up into Darkness's house. That basket must be lighter.
Okay, so I gotta throw rocks and oh, I see rocks. Oh, that's nice. Ironically, Darkness's house is well illuminated. You're right. Okay.
I guess I weigh more than 1 stone.
Oh, a shooting star. Oh wow, that must be heavy. Oh, hello. God, he has upper arm strength. I don't have that.
Hello? Anybody home?
At least he wipes his shoes. That's nice. Why does he have shoes on anyway? He's supposed to be in his pajamas.
This is one of those dumbwaiter things. I bet I could fit in there.
That's a no-no, we avow it. No, we simply can't allow it.
Okay. Oh no, not the singing.
My job is
No!
daily grind. I've got mincing on my mind.
Footsie onesie? oh, you know what? I have had a footsie onesie.
Drink and watch me spew. Sharp as my wits.
Oh god, no. Are all of these really...
Tasty meal.
Can I not pick any of these up? Oh my god.
He drinks so much, you'd think he'd burst. Hot and cold and flavors bold. The coffee's black
I'm dying.
mold.
Punch him and beat him up. No, not the fridge too! Okay, we're going. Yeah, you know what? You're right. At least the cutting board didn't sing. Okay.
Hi!
Hello, and welcome to the Brain Tickler!
What?
A game where you get to show how smart you really are!
Actually, I just wanted to go through.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
That can't be Wink.
That's right, Blink, but you
Wait,
have to answer
do these
only
games have
one
RNG?
Because, as you know, no one can pass through the doors of knowledge without first playing the Brain Tickler!
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let's meet our first contestant. What's your name, son?
It's Sam.
He's Sam, all the way from, well, wherever it is he's from.
His interests include skydiving, channeling ancient spirits, and stamp collecting.
What?
I don't collect stamps. You're making
Remember a
that
few
up.
cases with mine being somewhat random. Oh. Huh. I think I was too stupid to realize that. Yeah.
Once he's correctly answered one question from each of the categories, he wins! And we all know what that means, right, Wink? Step right over here, Sam, and select your first category.
Our categories today are anatomy, cosmology, history, and the land of darkness.
Let's do history.
History, please.
Really
Alright,
good at all the
here
possible
is your
puzzles.
question.
Oh, okay.
What were the giant lizards which ruled long ago called? Giant lizards which ruled.
This is perfect!
That's correct.
Bureaucrat!
That's one category down and 3 to go.
you're
Oh
thinking
wait,
right.
I have to do all of them?
Choose
Oh
another
fuck.
category.
I'll take anatomy, please.
Why are you a
Your
prayer
question.
crap?
The head bone is connected to the...
Huh? Pilot light.
Neck bone.
That's correct.
Oh, is an answer. Yeah.
2 down, 2 to go.
All right. Which of the remaining 2 categories would you like to try next?
Let me try cosmology.
All right. Here is your...
Ember, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Pyro Pack.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a cosmetology question. How is a star?
You know what? This is...
A whole lot of space gas catches on fire.
Wait.
Gravitational compression of dust and gas. The movie studio promotes them as though there's something wrong with you if you don't already.
Wait, aren't these all right?
How is a star?
Wait. Wait, aren't... They're all correct.
The movie studio promotes.
I'm gonna say that when they're all right
You
though.
don't already know who they are.
Yes, well, although that wasn't the kind of star we meant, your answer was so insightful that we'll give it to you anyway.
Oh my god, all of those answers were correct.
Are
I
you
feel
ready
cheated.
for your
So you
final
could have been a
category?
bureaucrat? Maybe. Oh,
I'll
fuck.
take the land of darkness.
All right.
That's not what I
Here's your
said,
question.
but okay.
What is the reading on the water meter located in the mines near Darkness's house?
Ha! Beats me.
Me.
But hey, you can always go have a look, right?
That's right. So go ahead and pick a category.
Can we take a break and I'll come back later?
Of course.
It's because
we
one
can.
trivia cat is made to
Because
teach,
there's
and the rest
time for the brain tickler.
have only
We'll be
one
back
right
after
answer. Oh, okay. Now I have to leave. Oh, the rope burn. Okay, that's fair. You said water meter. Right? Wait, am I... Wait. Oh, it's by the mines? Okay. Okay. God, I know this is a children's game. I'm not very good at it. Wait, I'm confused now. What? Oh, down... What, down here? Oh, okay.
Another sock. I better pick it up like Mom said. I should match up these socks. Looks like I need to find a total of 10 pairs of socks.
Damn, that's a lot of socks. Okay. You're basically required to head to the dock first every game.
Hi,
Hello.
my name's Sam. I'm going to capture Darkness and put him in a metal lunchbox. After I find my lunchbox.
Okay.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Sam. You can call me Otto.
Would you give me a ride across the river?
Oh, no. I can't go in the water. I'd sink. I'm made of wood, you know.
But wood floats.
No, I don't think so. I had this friend and he told me this story about his dentist brother who, he was made of wood and he got in the water and he sank.
Really?
What?
Straight to the bottom. It's so scary. I wish I'd been a car.
I think your friend was wrong. Wood floats in
What?
water.
Oh, I wish that were true.
Okay, I know what to do.
Okay, check this out. It's wood, right?
Yes.
Alright, now watch.
Also, cars don't float, buddy. Yeah, right?
Wood floats.
Yeah.
But they can drive on the road.
Go on, give it a try.
I guess.
How did he even get
So
there?
far, so good.
That's my question.
Well, here goes nothing. I'm doing it. I'm floating. Yahoo!
Wahoo!
Oh boy, this is great.
Sam pressures the man deathly afraid of water to get in the water. Darkness doesn't have a road though. True.
I need to find my stuff. Let's go sailing.
Well, technically we can't do that since I'm not a sailboat because I don't have a sail. I know what you mean, but technically you should say, let's go floating or something like that.
Sure, whatever you say. Let's go
So
sailing.
nitpicky. Let's go straight for now.
Neat, an old hollow log.
And
Maybe
the
there's a
wood
frog in it or
sank.
something. Rats, there's nothing in here at all. Uh-oh, I think I'm stuck. Yes, I'm definitely stuck.
I see why you live in a lonely boat. Wait, I'm confused.
Phew, it's hot in there.
Oh, we might need that at some point. I don't know, to dress up like a tree. Probably. Okay.
Bye, Otto. I'll be back soon.
Okay, I'll leave the meter running.
Huh?
Well, I had this friend, and he's a taxi, and...
Okay, bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Sam! My brain was thinking of two different sentences. Oh, okay.
Another sock.
God, too many socks. I can't believe Sam has an entire boat in his closet.
Hi, my name's Sam.
Too many socks, too many socks.
I'm going to capture Darkness and put him in my lunchbox.
Yes, well, why don't you run along and play then?
We have important tree business to discuss.
I'm right. I knew it. We're gonna dress up like a fucking tree. Let's go. Oh, it did censor it correctly.
Still no frog in here. Cheese nuggets.
Cheese nuggets. What if I say cheese nuggets instead of cursing? I keep an entire sailboat in my closet.
Good day, fellow tree.
And a good day to you as well.
Okay. I can't believe they bought that. It's our mask! And another sock.
Whew, hot in there.
Time for tree business.
Is that my Pajama Sam mask?
The carrot resistance.
To the people.
What?
It sure looks like my mask.
Property is theft, man. Anyway, I need the mask to protect my identity as the leader of the Salad Liberation Front.
The salad liberation.
The Salad Liberation Front. We're a group of veggies fighting against the course system. We're tired of being relegated to the salad. We want to be the main course.
Whatever, I just want my mask back.
I'll tell you what. The other carrots are being held prisoner in the refrigerator in Darkness's kitchen.
Oh!
If you help me free the carrots, I'll give you back the mask.
Okay.
Okay, it's a deal.
Great. I'll come with you to the kitchen so I can direct the operation.
Okay, we're going back to the kitchen.
Okay, sure. That looks like one of Dad's socks. I wonder how it got here.
Yay! Carrot is my favorite character immediately. You know what? Honestly, me too.
I guess I better put my
Carrot for best character, right?
Whoa! Tree coming through.
Good day to you, fellow tree.
Okay. Where are we at? We just pretended to be a tree and we're gonna help some carrots with their salad liberation.
It's hot in there.
Let's go down here. Let's see what's down here. Wait. Oh, this isn't pup, but we can't change our color.
What was that?
Damn. Is there a sock? Yes, there is
Hey,
a sock.
another sock.
We need to push a minecart, answer questions, and rebel against the food goys. Okay. Good thing I went down here. Socks are important. I'm a completionist after all. Ooh, Angie. Angie gate. Is there a sock? I didn't see a sock. Wait. Hold on. No, I don't see a sock. Oh my god, cheese and crackers. What? I want cheese and... You know,
Bye, Otto. I'll be back soon.
Wait. I'm sorry. I just... The closed the captioning is so bad. I want cheese and crackers.
Oh. These are pretty heavy.
Oh, they go in automatically. Okay. Oh, hello. If I left to get chocolate, did I miss cheese and crackers game? Wait, cheese and crackers game? What? Ew, Hood, that's gross.
I can't let you in, but you might liberate the carrots that I'm holding for the huge green salad.
Going down.
I can't let you in, but you might liberate the carrots that I'm holding for the huge green salad.
And how? Wait. Oh, it's because the captioning had me say cheese and carrots. Okay, I'm confused. Okay.
Please, won't you open the door since I have another victim?
What? I surrender, not ever. Oh wait, now I see. Now I've captured that troublesome carrot eater guy. Out my door.
This is so bad.
Oh no, our orange leader was caught.
Our fight for our freedom for us, we are diminished.
Completely.
What is this? What is this?
Hey guys, don't you see he's with me and you're free to go.
Free,
Yes, free.
free,
Uh-huh.
really free.
Free, free,
Free,
yeah,
free,
yeah,
free,
sure.
free.
Whoopee!
Yay!
I almost forgot this, but you've earned it. You have
So
taken
where does
the
RNG play in with this?
You may take this mask and wear it. A gift of gratitude from this character.
Viva la revolution. Do we not always free the carrot?
2 more things and I finish my task.
It randomizes what puzzles you get. Oh, okay. You don't always free the carrots. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So in some Thailand, Pajama Sam does not free the carrots? Yeah.
I'm Pajama Sam. I'm gonna capture darkness and put him in a lunchbox.
That's great. My name's Mud.
Really?
No, not really.
Oh, I see Charos is playing Deep Rock Galactic.
Look, I'm sorry, kid. I'm just real depressed.
Plus, some bits of trivia about the Land of Darkness are randomized, like the number for the water pressure is different across the games. Oh.
Loop-de-loop. What a fun I had. But then I got rushed.
Rust?
Ah. Gotcha.
Rust. See, my wheels are rusted stiff, so I'm stuck right here on this spot. Can't move at all.
Gee, that's too bad.
Especially in summer when the pigeons come down here for some shade.
No, I got that. He's saying they shit on him. Okay. Not really sure where to go next.
Hi, I'm Sam.
Talk to
I'd
the
like
bridge.
cross the
Okay.
bridge to see what's on the other side.
Don't try to butter me up. If you want to go across, you'll have to pay a toll.
How much?
You know, I really want cheese now.
Pound of gold.
Okay. Gold? Where are we gonna find gold in his closet? Dead in the back. Okay. Oh! Well.
It's an oil can. And there's some oil in it.
Just looking for a
I
sock.
can't open this door. There's no knob on it.
That way. We can't enter the shed. There's no knob on it. Ooh.
Hey, there's my signature edition all metal Pajama Man lunchbox.
Were we looking for that?
Yeah, I needed to put darkness in when I captured
Sam also invested in the oil industry, yeah.
just like Pajama Man.
Oh, I see.
Rat, can't reach it.
Get wet. Go swim. No sock. Oh, hello. So many shiny
Looks
things.
like one of my big brother Mark's socks. Smells like one too.
His PJs are dry clean only. Oh, okay, that's fair. Also, we just got Pajama Sam lore. He has an older brother? And we're gonna go proof. Ah, okay.
That was fun. Let's do it again.
How about not right away, okay?
Let's do it again. Okay, we can go back to the mine now.
Bye, Otto. I'll be back soon.
Okay, I'll leave the meter running.
Huh?
Well, I had this...
Oh my god.
taxi.
Not again.
Okay, bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Okay, dokie. Oh god. You know, I actually had caffeine today. I don't know why I'm tired. I guess I just wanna watch more Hootie Mia. Haha, you're funny, Otto.
Here, I think maybe this might help your wheels.
He's so funny. Maybe he can maybe be made into a chair. Oh, what? Good old Hootie Mia. Did you guys just see what it said? Booty. I wasn't listening to what he said. Oops. Ooh.
Hey, one of my socks.
Find the booty in the minecart? I don't think this is that kind of game.
Hey, Jane, what's this thing?
Well, that's a water meter.
It says
491. 491. Okay, we can't forget that. 491. No, I'm just gonna. Can someone type 491 in chat, please? Thank you, Matt. You did it before I asked.
What are you gonna do with that?
You'll see.
No!
Be careful with it. Yeah?
Theo!
What is this thing?
It's a pickaxe for mining gold.
Oh, yeah.
Don't even bother, kid. It's a one-way door.
What does that mean? This doesn't look suspicious at all.
That was fun.
We're gonna do it again. Okay.
All right.
Yay!
Fun. Hey, look at that. Wow, this must be gold.
Okay. Interesting. There's a sock back there. Okay, we're gonna have to go get
Yeah, but look
sock.
how much gold I got.
Since you're fabulously rich, how about sharing the wealth a little? Say, let me have a small piece, huh?
Deal.
You can't wear gold on your feet. I think socks are feet prisons, fun fact. Okay, let's go get that sock. There were 2 socks! Wait! I couldn't get the other one! Okay.
Found a sock back there.
Wait, we gotta go get the other sock! I wasn't fast enough. Wait! Oh my god. This is gonna take us forever. I'm not a chicken. Why would you think I'm a chicken? Everyone knows I'm a bureaucrat, duh. Why should I wear a sock when... Okay. Yes, I got it. Okay. Whew. Gotta be a fast, like, sock... Wait. Fast like Sock Nick.
Hey, I found a sock back there.
Is a spotted sock. Listen to Sam screaming ASMR, right? Okay. Now I'm paranoid. Will there be a sock? I think that was fine.
Bye-bye.
All right.
You wait, I missed the sock? What? Ah, fudge.
Howdy, Sam.
Hi, King.
It's hard to see because my phone is in the way, but I can't like move my phone. So fun. Ah, fudge, we missed a sock. We got the sock from this room. Bottom left corner. Yeah, that's exactly where my phone is. So yeah, it makes sense why I missed it. Okay. Wait. There we go. We got it.
Hey, I found a sock back there.
Yay! Elfie! Oh my god, thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders! Hi! It's Christmas raid, yeah! Yeah, welcome, welcome. I'm Pyro Lily, and I am a Christmas dinosaur. Cheese and crackers! Why do you have to be weird, Matt? Welcome, welcome, raiders. How was the art? Did you finish drawing the cursed stuff? Wait. Okay, we have to go back here now. Yeah, we have to go back here. Empire Lily, she's a member of the Fruitwagie. Lily, your tail is your tail allowed to be stroked? No, it's not, Kormishi. Please, I've told you that multiple times. You need to stop. And then I was just chatting, watch Chris videos. Ah, okay. I think I saw someone from High School Musical at some point. I was like lurking. Thank you, Matt. I think I remembered it, but
Welcome back to the Brain Tickler, ladies and
Yuki Zen, thank you. Hi, welcome.
Our categories today are the Land of Darkness.
I'll take the.
Why do you guys keep saying cheese and crackers?
Your question.
Oh, it's multiple choice.
On the water meter located in the mines near Darkness's house.
491.
That's absolutely right. You've done your homework. You correctly answered questions from all 4 categories. That makes you the new Brain Tickler Grand Champion.
Oh my god, yay!
Congratulations, Sam.
My first time asking for
Dom Perignon,
pets.
tell us what he's won. Blink as the new grand champion.
Yeah, but I've made it very clear. Hey, mods, do you guys mind timing out for Mishi? I've asked you multiple times not to reference touching me, so and also MILF.
For being here with us on the Brain Tickler. Until next time.
Thank you.
This is Wayne
Yeah.
and Blink.
I'm not a pushover, so Kormishi, you like need to stop.
Wardrobe was provided by the One Coat Paint Company.
What? I listened in at the wrong time. Oh, whoa, hello. We need a doorknob, though.
Pardon? Excuse me. Pardon me.
Wait, I'm sorry. 3G door? Where's the 5G door? Haha.
Important gravity experiment.
A visitor.
Don't start singing. Don't start singing. Don't start singing.
Pretty well, thanks. How about all of you?
We're fine.
No. No. Are they gonna sing?
I'm downright downbeat.
No. No.
Because I ain't got no
Oh my god. Okay, wait. Okay, Sam. Okay. Are there any socks in here? No, this doesn't seem important. I'm gonna get out of here. That trombone hasn't said a word. He's hiding something. Sam has 0 brain cells. You're right.
Yikes, the doorknob came off.
Okay, cool.
I barely touched it.
Now I know we have to go back to the shed. Wait, what? Okay.
Hello, Mr. Grand Champion.
Wow, a doorknob! Wowee! Okay. We gotta go back to the shed. Gravity is a suggestion. You're right. Oh my god. Please go to the bridge. Yeah, we have to go to the bridge and the shed. Cause we have to go to, let's go to the shed first. I think.
This doorknob should fit the door.
Yeah! I don't think that's how doorknobs work, though.
Saves the day with his mighty brain. The door is stuck. I think the hinges are rusty. These hinges look kind of rusty. I better.
What kind of oil? Vegetable? Hopefully.
Did the trick?
The flashlight!
My flashlight. I can't reach it from here.
Damn. There you go.
Now I just have to get my signature edition all-metal Pajama Man lunchbox.
Right, and we saw that in the water. Ah.
Okay, darkness, watch out!
Yeah, I need the lunchbox. We're getting there. We've been at this for over an hour. Although I don't think we've been playing this game for an hour. They did that just chatting.
Why do people have to pay a toll just to cross?
Oh my god. Wait, Hood.
Side, of course. Rules are rules. You're not some kind of troublemaker, are you?
No, sir, not me.
You support carrots but coat yourself in them? That's morbid. That's morbid.
At least a pound.
God, he can lift a pound? Wow.
Alright, you're clear. Go on across.
He could have been rich and he decided to give the gold to a bridge. I know, but he's a small child. Wait, as a slime, Hood, you can pick up a pound? You don't have arms, though. Oh, God.
I'm fine. How are you?
No.
Okay, for you guys, I guess I'll play this game.
You know how to play cheese and crackers.
Mom told me I shouldn't play with my food.
No, cheese and crackers is the name of a game, see? Come on, I'll show you how to play.
Hey, this is like tic-tac-toe.
Tic-tac who? No, this is cheese and crackers. Pay attention. question.
This is
First,
cheese and
who's it gonna
crackers.
be, the cheese or the crackers?
The cheese, of course.
Okay,
Good
I'll be
choice.
crackers. You're trying to get 3 of your cheeses in a row before I get 3 crackers in a row. You go first. Where
I'm
should
good
I
at
move?
this. Okay.
Now you move.
Wow, he's stupid. Yay, I won. I'm reporting you for bullying. I know, he's so stupid.
What did that word that you said before mean?
Avarte? That's what you say when you want to play cheese and crackers. with
Avarte?
someone. And then
What?
if they want to play too, they say provolone back to you.
Oh, I get it. Marty.
Provolone. Try to get 5 in a row. I'll go first. Now you move. Now it's my turn.
What?
Now it's my turn.
I'm gonna lose this. I'm gonna lose against really stupid AI.
Now it's my turn.
Damn it. No, you don't.
Now you move. Now you move.
What was the point of that turn? Ah, damn it. No! Oh my god, wait, this is hard! Damn it, now I want to buy this game.
Move before the cheese turns moldy.
I don't think there's any way I can win anymore.
Okay, it's your turn.
Yeah, there's no way I can win. Oh, yes, there is. Okay.
Where should I move? Now you move. Where should I move?
Keep him from winning and you'll find a way. No, there's not. I don't think there are any ways I can win anymore. Okay, there's one. I guess there's... he's gonna try to block me out. Oh, he won! No, he didn't. He could have won and he didn't. Anyone.
I beat you.
Is this a kid's game? Because I'm stupid. That's why.
Hold it. If you're planning on coming back, I'll have to stamp your hand.
Oh, okay.
You wouldn't believe how many people try to cheat me.
Thanks.
Okay, wait, where did... Hold on. Do it. Do it. I'd watch that. How do we get the... Was it... Okay, I didn't check for socks. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So where do I go now? I don't think I can reach... where haven't we gone yet? Did go this way. No, listen here, I've done some stupid blindfolded stuff, but that's just not doable. No, I'm sure it is. You'll be fine, Theo. There are 2 rooms you haven't explored in the Darkness House. Yeah, I kind of thought so, so that's why we're here.
I just don't see why it always has to be you who reads the question. I deserve to read half of the question. It's just because I have a better... Oh, shh. It's the Grand Champion. Good evening, Mr. Grand Champion!
Hi.
I like those rules, Hood, honestly. That sounds good. That sounds tasty. Wait, did you see Putt Putt?
Gosh, darkness must be right behind this door.
Oh.
Hey, one of my socks.
Really? I have to? Oh, God damn it. Oh my god! Wait! Oh, that makes me so happy. Putt Putt, yeah!
I realize that's true, but fair's fair. And shh, it's the Grand Champion. Good evening, Mr. Grand Champion!
Oh my god, shut up.
Hi.
It's a good thing that I already played Putt Putt for y'all. I don't want to explore these rooms.
Beethoven. B-E-E-T-H-O-V-E-N. Beethoven. Hey, check this out. This symphony is not by me.
Putt Putt again? We love Putt Putt.
Beethoven's rolling in his grave.
I can't reach it.
This symphony is not by me.
I can't reach it.
Travesty. This is depraved. Beethoven's rolling in his grave.
What?
It's an oil can with some oil in it. That's my Illuminator Mark V juice. I need the flashlight so I can... I don't think that will work.
No. Are we gonna have to go to the living room? Oh, wait. Oh, I can explore further. Okay, okay. Oh, I don't like that. Okay. Socks.
There's another sock.
There. Okay, we only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 socks. Six socks. We need 6 socks still.
The Book of Clues. To see what you have never seen, you must push in only green. Beware the jub-jub bird and shun the frumious bandersnatch. What on earth is this? Whoa, that looks like a secret door. I don't see any way to open it.
Oh, it does, because there's this, the circle thing. So yeah, it flips.
I think I saw something on the other side of the door. I think I saw something on the other side of the door.
Wait, how do I get it though?
Definitely something on the other side of the door. I don't want to wear the batteries out.
Okay, well, I'm probably gonna have to explore. Yeah.
Maybe I need to get to the other side of the door.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. God, I can't believe I need help in like a little kid's game. Wait, that's the forbidden door. Let's go in here first.
Wow, this is like a secret mad scientist lab or something.
Mixing yellow, green, and red makes a rain cloud for your head. It would just suck if people were colorblind.
I don't think I did that.
Oh, do I have to do it in order? Wait. They use the same sound effects in Putt Putt. Oh. Do these actually help?
I've become staggeringly intelligent. All the world's knowledge is mine. I can do anything. Lift my enormous head off the counter.
Aww.
Super brain. Mouse call. Mixing.
Like a mine-looking ass. You know, that is a good movie. Okay. I don't think this has anything to do with the story.
Mr. Burnt Umber in the fireplace with the number 2 pencil. Mrs. Azure in the cupboard with the brass doorknob. Senora Scarlet in the basement with the plunger.
What?
I float and I think and I think and I think about walking or driving a car or riding a bike, and I think and I float because
Sounded so creepy. Real true 5 head.
The door doesn't have a handle.
Are you serious? We'd have to get another handle?
I should find another way
Oh.
to get to the other side of the door.
No, it says that we have to go to the other side. But it said... But it said that we have to find another... What? Wait, hold on. Okay, fine. God, imagine we're only gonna get through one game.
I wonder what this button does. Hey, look at that, would ya?
Okay, I'll have you know, I'm pretty sure the age range for this game is like 4 to 8, okay? Yeah, Hood's right. What if 3-year-olds are just really smart?
See you later, King.
All right.
Okay, I'm confused. So this is just... That's just the shortcut. Okay.
Well, here we are. Burning.
I feel lightheaded.
I should find another way to get to the other side of the door.
Oh. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Mr. Grand Champion.
Okay, so we're gonna go get that magnet. Oh yeah, and then once we get the magnet, we can get the lunchbox. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
See you later, King.
All right.
Awesome.
Hey, a magnet. This is sure to come in handy.
There we go. Why are we heisting a magnet? Because we need to get our lunchbox. That's why.
Hello, Mr. Grand Champion.
Wow, Theo, I see you're playing Pajama Sam. No need to hide in the dark. Wow, Theo. Is this Hello Neighbor or something? I don't know what Hello Neighbor is. This is a kid's game. Cheese and crackers, yeah! I really want cheese and crackers now, though. Ah, excuse me. Some of us want to play cheese and crackers. Okay, that's fair, but you're not streaming it. So what's the point? Are you getting good?
Darn, I can't reach it. Gotta get it out of there before it rusts.
I thought you said it was made of metal.
Right, metal stuff rusts if you leave it underwater.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you were right about the wood thing.
Metal. We're gonna use a magnet.
I've got an idea.
You know, I think for these games,
What are you gonna do with that?
Putt Putt and Freddy Fish, I think is for the easiest, the youngest audience. And then I think it goes Pajama Sam and Spy Fox after that. Because there's a lot of reading in this game.
I got my lunchbox.
And in Putt Putt you don't need to read. So
Watch out, darkness.
I think I'm a dum-dum because I can't tell if the snow's part of the game or not. It's not part of the game. It's because it's Christmas time. Mm-hmm. Because you can see it's outside of the game.
Yeah, that was fun. Let's do it again.
How about not right away, okay?
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Bye, Otto. I'll be back soon.
Actually, we won't be back soon because we're done. Abandoning the boat. We are abandoning the boat. You're right.
I think you'd look better on camera if you were painted a different color. Because of the lighting on that side, you say, whoops, we'll continue this later. Good evening, Mr. Grand Champion!
Hi.
I don't like this picture.
I need the mask so I can turn. Okay, this is it.
This is it. This is it. This is it.
All right, I'm ready. Darkness, it is I,
It
Pajama
kind of looks
Sam.
like his bedroom a little bit.
I have come to vanquish you. Hello, Darkness? The closet. He's in the closet. It's locked. Maybe the key for the closet door is in there. Oh no, look at all these keys. I'll never find the right one in this mess.
But good thing there was one hanging. There it is. Why defeat darkness when you could play cheese and crackers? You're right. You're correct.
This must be the key. Aha! This key works. Okay, that's that. Now I'm ready to go into Darkness's closet and capture him. Watch out, Darkness. Here comes Pajama
Bro,
Sam.
defeating darkness. Woke playing cheese and crackers. Yeah.
It is I, Pajama Sam.
Nah, that wouldn't happen in Pajama Sam game.
Is that fun?
I'm gonna capture you and lock you in my signature edition all metal Pajama Man lunchbox.
Oh dear, that doesn't sound like fun at all. Why would you want to put me in a box?
So I won't have to be scared of you anymore?
You're scared. I'm the one who's going to be stuck in the box. Oh dear, no one
Aww.
wants to come over and play fun games with me.
You
Aww.
Yes, but I never have anyone to play with. At night, when I come out, everybody's asleep.
You mean you don't have any friends?
Well, no.
Aww.
I like to play games.
Really? Do you like to play cheese and crackers?
Oh my god.
I played it with a toaster in the park. It's great.
Oh, good. We just need some crackers and some tasty cheese. Look at that move, huh?
Oh, yeah? Hey, what do you know? I defeated Darkness.
Cheese and crackers is important for the plot.
Good at this, Sam.
Thanks. I like this game. I better go home now, though. My mom might get worried.
Okay, maybe we can play some more tomorrow night.
Okay.
Sam, are you all right in there?
Fine, Mom. Good night.
Good night, dear.
That was a good game. Stop. Oh my god, I love this captioning.
Help! Ah!
Hair growth. Wow! Mixing purple, orange, orange and brown puts curly locks upon your crown. Hair growth.
Yay! We finished one. Okay, let's do the next one. We want to do thunder and lightning aren't so frightening. It's downloading, hold on. Okay. Yay! Yeah! I played this one as a kid.
Hold it right there, Earthquaker. Stop that evil doing. Your low-calorie threats mean nothing to me.
Wait, is that the Quaker Oats dude?
Take that, Captain Skeleton.
Okay, welcome back, Corn. See, I played Putt-Putt much more than any of the other series, so... Jelly and James from Team Rocket.
Are no match for the foul weatherman. Now, we shall take the cosmic eraser, and with it, we shall control the world!
Oh no!
Pajama Man! I'll spin you to the four corners of the earth, do-gooder!
My handy-dandy Pajama Man superpower...
The most ambitious thing I've ever seen, yeah.
Exactly!
Fun fact, I'm actually a little bit afraid of thunder.
Okay. It's just a little thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning.
In a game or a show, it's typically fine though.
Thunder and lightning aren't so
I
fun.
step aside MCU, oh my god. Superman plus Jelly and James plus Subway versus Quaker Oats guy plus Mom.
Aren't so frightening, but I'm scared. Someone's gotta go upstairs and do something about this weather. This looks like a job for...
Pajama Sam!
I know I left my Pajama Sam cape around here somewhere. I better find it. Nope, nothing here. I've got to be on the...
Aha! I really thought Sam was gonna bust into a dance number with a child-friendly cover of Without Me. No.
I can go upstairs and take
No.
care of all this thunder and lightning. I'd better get upstairs and do something about this.
But yeah, so while I was studying abroad in Japan... Oh wait, look at the cute little...
That's me when I was little.
Okay, so when I was in Japan, there's one time I was walking home and from school, and I had to, so I would have to take a train and then walk home, and the train ride was about, like, 30 minutes. So I took the train, and it was raining when I got on the train, but then I got off, and it was thundering, like, right over, where I was. And to walk home to the dorm was like maybe 10 minutes or so. So I would have to walk past this like indoor golf course thingy, like a driving range that was all surrounded by like metal. And the thunder was so loud and the lightning was so close that like everything was shaking. It was like really, really scary. So now I'm kind of afraid of thunder. Yeah. That wasn't childhood. That happened like 3 years ago. That wasn't childhood. That's the thing. That was recent.
So this is where all the weather
The
comes
worldwide
from.
weather.
Lightning
Haha.
must work there.
3 years in human years is like 300 in birds or something. Again, I'm not a bird. If anything, 3 years in human years is a really short time.
Watch out.
Even though you've played this before. I know. But I wasn't afraid of thunder and lightning as a kid. I was fascinated by it.
Hi.
What do you want?
I'd like to go inside, please.
Are you an employee?
No.
Sorry, no visitors.
Alright, we're gonna just have to sneak in. I am a scaredy dino. I'm also slightly afraid of the dark. Okay, sir.
A crowbar. I bet this'll come in handy.
Bureaucrat, you're right, I am a bureaucrat. You're correct. Okay. I don't see any socks. I don't think we have to pick up any socks. I know, I just played cheese and crackers with it, but...
Yep, it sure looks empty. And it's nailed shut.
I can't climb up on it? Whatever. Payday stealthing. Ooh, this seems illegal. Ooh, look, an ID badge. We're gonna need that. There's a puzzle piece.
Hey, a puzzle piece. I should pick those up.
Yeah, this is definitely legal. Can I turn it? What? Okay. I'm dumb. Yeah, this is probably child endangerment. You're right.
Worldwide weather.
I'm not smart, okay?
Monster boondoggle. Do not leave this card. Maybe there's a lost and found somewhere where I can turn this in.
I clearly need to play these games.
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
Wait, that's the cart. That's the...
I used to roll all over the place on this here track.
Ah.
Welcome to the Worldwide Weather Automated Response System. If you know the extension you wish to read... I'm terribly sorry, but that is not a valid extension. Please, check
Unless
the
you
number.
pretend you're smart, it'll be okay, yeah. I'm so big-brained.
There's one. Some kind of lock.
Oh! What? I do have a bigger brain than a T-Rex.
Uh-oh, I think it ate the card. I hope it wasn't too important.
Oops. Oopsies. I remember this guy. This person.
Call security!
Oh, calm down, would you, dear? It's just a little boy.
I'm Pajama Sam! I've come to put a stop to this thunderstorming business.
Oh, yes. I think we've really outdone ourselves this time. Isn't it wonderful?
Well,
I hope this wasn't important. The biggest foreboding in the world. Yeah.
For the plants and things.
I never... No!
What? At least have the red button covered. Oh my god.
Engaging primary safety mechanism.
Shifting power to backup generators. Adjusting horizontal hold. That should hold it for now. Damage report. Looks like a few pieces have been shaken loose.
Oh my gosh! Look at this weather! Hurricanes in Egypt! Tornadoes in Toledo!
This is going to take everything we've got.
Can I help?
Help! No one can help! We're doomed!
Okay. Alright, I'll see you later.
As a matter of fact, there is something you can do. Lightning and I have important work to do here, so we need you to help fix the weather machine.
How do I do that?
This is a list of pieces that have come off the machines. We need you to find them and put them back where they belong.
Ah, okay. Time for me to play the beautiful cheese and crackers. Yeah, I want cheese and crackers! Ah!
Hey, is that a donut?
Yes, it's a donut. No, you can't have it.
Oh, I want the donut! Wait! That's not fair. Oh wait, actually, hold on.
Wow, look at all that. I didn't know making weather was so complicated.
Can I play too? It's not a multiplayer game, sadly. Oh, okay. Those are not. I cannot pick those up. Okay.
Hey, I found one!
It's just bringing memories back. There you go. Let's go up here. Okay, so this is where we have to put the thingy back in. Puzzle piece.
Another one!
We're getting so good at this. Ah.
Hi, I'm Pajama Sam!
Where have I heard Pajama Sam's voice actor from before?
You're the automated snowflake inspector?
No.
I swear they've done other work.
Detector. Call me Sid. It's shorter.
You look awfully tired.
I'm feeling a bit run down.
I thought he was gonna say under the weather.
Sid, if you're the snowflake inspector detector, does that mean that you're related to the snowflake inspector?
Not exactly. I'm the one who finds him when he runs away.
How come you're not looking for him right now?
Too
Pamela,
tired. Need a little power.
Yeah. Yeah, wait, but who is that? Like, what did they do? That guy needs power. I can't go up there because it's too windy.
Boy, that's a strong wind.
So I gotta shut it off. There we go. And I don't know. I didn't really watch Recess, so that doesn't really do much for me.
Looks like there's a piece missing here. Boy, I can't see a thing over here.
It's purple! Bobby and King of the Hill? That doesn't help me out either. Okay. Wait.
4-part sun.
Ooh.
The machine is out of those seeds.
Oh no! We're out of apple seeds! Oh. You're the... Oh, Kiki's delivery service! Yes! Yes! Yeah, he plays... She plays the kid. The little boy who gets the gift. That he gets Gigi for a little bit.
Wow, that's fast!
See, I knew that voice from somewhere.
I like to peel bananas. It's like they're food you're supposed to play with.
Wait! We don't get to keep the banana? No banana? Do I get the cucumber though? Wait, do cucumbers grow on trees? That doesn't seem right. They're a vine plant.
I didn't think cucumbers grew on trees.
Okay. Yeah, they don't. They grew from vines.
Cucumbers are pickles that haven't gone sour yet.
No! Okay, wait. We're gonna try the last one. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
I didn't think eggplant grew on trees either. Eggplant? Yuck. Nobody likes these except my brother Mark.
What? No! Pick it up! Oh, whatever. Hi! How are you doing? What do you want me to call you? Naruto, Kakashi, or Sakura? Cause that's long. That's a long name. Oh, it's Frosty the Snowman.
I think snowflakes should always be this big. Hi, I'm Pajama Sam.
How do you do? I'm Jay Langston III. You may call me Langston.
Okay, Langston.
He needs a carrot for a nose.
With
Kakashi? Okay. Will do.
Just snowflakes.
That's a lot of snowflakes.
Everyone ever made, actually.
And thank you for the follow, if I didn't say that already. I don't know if the notification went off. Welcome to the Pyro Pack. Okay. The Shrinko TM.
Here's another one.
Oh god, I'm worried. Ah. Okay, let's keep going. I have no idea what we're doing. What are we doing again?
It looks like there should be something holding these together.
UV filter. Ooh.
Hello? Is somebody out there?
Oh. I don't know. I was playing cheese and crackers.
Why, it's Wingnut, of course.
Wingnut? You're on my list. I'm glad I found you.
I'll bet. I am the most important piece of the sun machine, after all.
Are you stuck down there?
No, but I'm kind of lost. You'll have to come down here and get me out.
I have to come down the drain?
Yeah!
Well, okay. Pajama Sam always helps those in need.
I'm doing pretty well.
What's a Pajama Sam?
Okay, so let's get this puzzle piece first. Let's go down.
Okay down there?
Hey, I'm fine. But I am worried about the sun machine.
Why's that?
Hey, they must be going crazy without me there to hold everything together. You better get me out of here as soon as possible.
Okay.
How do I get him?
Hey, Wingnut, what do you do at the sun machine?
Oh, I'm the most important part.
How do I get down there?
Oh, yeah, they don't make a move without old Wingnut.
Okay, I have a feeling I don't. It can't go like down the drain. Punch the drain.
Liquid sunshine. Ingredients. Sun. Use with caution.
That sounds safe. And dizzy down the drain. I would if I could.
Liquid sunshine being put in. I can't slide up.
Wait. Wait, was the... Could I have gone left? Oh, I'm having a rough time. I have a good website. Okay. Okay, sure, captioning, that's what I'm saying. Yes, I could have gone. Okay. What if I gave him liquid sunshine? Yeah.
What kind of power do you need?
Solar power.
Yeah.
From the sun.
Oh. Here, I brought you some sun.
Can't open it.
Are you serious? Do I need a can opener?
I can't see anything through all this fog.
Ah! Hey. Oh my god, I'm losing at a kid's game. This is so unfortunate. Okay. There's something here for me? No, I don't think so. Ah! No, this is like kind of the only way we can go. Oh my god. Oh my god, Sam, stop it.
That's lick.
Whew. I must be real tired. What if I talk to Wingnut one more time?
How are you doing in there?
I just wish I could figure out where I am.
You're in a drain.
Oh, thanks. That's really helpful.
Yeah, so I can't just go down there. What's that slide thing? Because we couldn't go up the slide, but maybe if we go down it somehow, we can find something new, I guess. So maybe we have to go... Okay. Yeah, I know, I'm really bad at these games. Okay, just try here. Goodbye. Okay. Goodbye. Did I go this way before? Yes, I did. Oh, hold on. Oh, we see a slide there, but... Let's try... Maybe going down here? Oh no, it leads to the same place. Huh. Okay, here's the slide thing.
This must be where the wingnut goes.
Okay, that's good to know. That didn't help me.
That's lick.
Oh wait, I'm officially stuck. Oh my god. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I haven't been close to finding the other pieces. Wait, I gotta turn this off.
The wind is too strong.
I can't believe Pajama Sam is gonna be the end of me. You know what? These captions are so bad.
It's some big fan thing. It's some big. It looks like there's a piece missing there. It's some big fan thing.
I can't go past here because it's too cloudy. What am I missing? I wonder how the subs would handle my accent. Oh, the captioning? Yeah. I don't know, maybe it would handle it better than it's handling me right now. I definitely missed something, so we're gonna just go back. Oh, should I use them for English translation when I speak German? Maybe. If you find a translating one, please let me know, because I couldn't find a translating one that worked.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry. I'm very tense. The weather's completely out of control, and I don't know what to do.
Don't worry.
Milk.
I'm gonna fix the weather.
Okay, that's good. Everything's all right. I'll just work on the report.
Hello again, sir.
I probably missed something because that's not the only place that we had to go. I think I know where this goes.
Say, I don't think this belongs here. I'd better hang on to it until I can figure out where it goes.
The boat and the rocks. Oh, wow.
I'm Pajama Sam.
I've seen people use the translation one before. Yeah, so have I. I couldn't find it, though. Let me know if you find it.
Oh.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No.
I can't let you back there without an appointment.
You're looking particularly nice today.
Thanks. We haven't met before, have we?
Oh, don't mind them. They're complimentary nuts.
I see.
Ah, complimentary nuts.
There's one.
That's funny. I'm worried about this picture.
Hello again.
Gotta duck out. Talk to you later. Yep. At the rate I'm going, I'm gonna be here for a very long time. Also, it's 4:20. Nice. Blaze it.
Two employees for appointment style.
5818 518 518 518. Okay.
Hello again, sir.
So annoying.
Welcome to the
Worldwide weather, how may I help you?
I'd like to make an appointment to see someone.
Certainly. Let me check his calendar.
Even before this stream, LML, this probably be shorter than Putt-Putt because fewer games. I know! I am confusion!
Mr. Someone will see you just as soon as you arrive. Goodbye.
That's not how appointments work. Can someone check if the emotes have been approved yet? I really want the Christmas emotes to be approved.
Do you have an appointment?
Yes, I do. I'm Pajama Sam. I'm helping.
Yes, here it is. Go right on in, Mr. Sam. Mr. Someone is ready for you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're finally moving in this game. Yeah, never. Nope. Damn. A can opener!
This is one of those openers that works on cans and bottles. We have one just like it at home.
Who put the slingshot in the vending machine? I know, right? It's so sad.
Wow, that's bright. Mom always said not to look at the sun.
Your mom would be correct.
Hey, aren't you the Y pipe?
Yes, why do you ask?
I thought so. I've been looking for you.
You have? Why?
I'm looking for all the important pieces to the weather machine.
Really? Why?
So I can put you all back and fix the machines.
Why would you want to do that?
Because all the weather everywhere is going crazy, and thunder and lightning are in trouble, and it's sort of my fault.
What did you do to cause all of that?
Never mind that now. It's not important. You've got to come with me.
I'd love to, but I can't get out of this vending machine by
So
myself.
we need money.
Think you could help me out?
Pajama Sam never abandons someone who needs help.
Thanks.
Why did you say why again? I know, right?
Say, how did you manage to get in there in the first place?
It's kind of an embarrassing story. Why do you ask?
Just wondering.
Well, don't.
Okay.
Okay.
The stories I could tell you. Oh boy.
Ah! I want to be the Y. If you want to, Theo, you can be the Y.
It's occupied.
Uh-huh. Mm.
Hi, I'm Pajama Sam.
Who sent you? I'm working very hard. You'd be amazed what a difficult job it is being in charge of all the supplies.
I'm sure it is.
I'm probably gonna need
Someone
him.
sent you over here to check up on me, didn't he? He thought you'd catch me not doing my job so he can get that big promotion, right?
No, nobody sent me over here.
Nobody?
Uh-huh.
Really?
Really?
Well, that's a relief.
Employee of the month. Can I have one of these?
Absolutely. Take it.
Thanks.
Wow, he has a lot. Why is there a lobster on the shelf? Don't worry about it.
Can you keep a secret?
Sure.
I accidentally ordered 1,000 of those when I was only supposed to get a dozen.
Whoops.
I'm trying to get rid of them before anyone notices. Take a few more.
Thanks, but I think I really only want one.
Oh, all right.
That's really funny.
What are those?
Oh,
What are those?
Can I have a paperclip?
No! Somebody might need them.
Can I have a highlighter pen?
No. Those are on double secret reserve.
Can I have a number 2 pencil?
No, I have to keep those in case I have to take a test.
Oh, wow.
Despite what other people might say, I'm taking very good care of the supplies. I never give any out, so we always have enough.
I guess that's good.
It certainly is.
I mean,
Can I have a piece of paper?
No, the paper is
you're
going
too
to be
tired for this? Yeah, me too, me too. And how many do we have to do? I even had caffeine today, okay? God, I'm so tired.
Ah, you must be Pajama Sam.
Uh-huh.
I'm George Someone, the personnel
Wow.
manager. Glad to see you could get here
George
so quickly.
someone.
No problem. What do you keep in the file cabinet?
Files, mostly. Not very interesting stuff, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Ugh, that was a flying whisk.
It's blank. I must be non-photo blue.
Aha! Okay, that's funny. Okie dokie. So in here. Oh god.
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. We were expecting someone else. Just dust around the picture frames for now. You can vacuum later when we've finished.
Dust? But I...
Perhaps we should try to come up with more questions for the employee quiz while we wait for Mr. Hafford.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this? Who played the monster in the original movie version of Frankenstein?
That's not a very businesslike question, is it?
No, I suppose not.
What?
Here's another one.
What? I think we're doing better on this one than the socks, I would say.
Alright, good fortune to you. At night, when I come out, everybody's asleep.
I guess you're the boss, right?
I'm the chairman of the board. Yes.
Excuse me, how come you have a hat in the middle
What
of
an
the
amazing...
table?
Oh my god, you're right! It's a board meeting!
Questions?
We're making a quiz to give people when we interview them for jobs.
Say, you look pretty typical. How'd you like to help us test the questions?
What do I have to do?
Okay. Whew, that was a long yawn.
See if you can answer them.
That sounds easy enough.
Go ahead and choose a question.
What is inflation? When prices of things go up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Look at that little dance.
You got it.
Try another one.
Okay. I'm ready to go ahead with the test now.
All right then. Go ahead and...
A plastic item that can be used in place of money is...
Oh, they're all correct.
A debit card.
They're all correct again. Gotcha.
Good going. Try another one.
Okay.
Go ahead and...
What does the Worldwide Weather logo look like? It's a weatherman with big teeth. It's a cloud with a lightning. It's a cloud.
I'm gonna
with a lightning.
assume that's that
yes,
one.
it is. And a rather nice looking one, if I must say so myself.
I remembered that. Yay!
Try another one.
Okay.
Just one left.
Go ahead and...
What is unemployment? When people don't have jobs.
It's like a skin rash. Yeah, I'd say it's like a skin rash. That's a really funny option.
You got a pretty good start on our quiz. Thank you very much, young man.
You're welcome.
Now, on to new business. We have to talk about a color scheme for the executive washroom renovation this spring.
What?
Are there any suggestions?
Okay. Okie dokie.
Hello again, sir.
He's so annoying. This is like, I feel like this world is like a lot bigger than the last game's world. We wanted to go to the wind part, I think. Yeah. Ooh, I missed this one. Okay, we're almost done with that one. That's cool. Ah.
Thanks. That hit the spot.
You look much better.
Well, I've got to go find Flaky. I mean, the inspector. He needs me.
I'm looking for him too. Maybe we could look together.
I can do the
Okay.
detecting if you'll carry me with you.
Okay.
Which means that I will do all of the detecting. Yeah. Now we can blow away the clouds and unlock new areas. Okay, let's crank this.
Hey, this thing turns.
Oh, but we need to plug it in.
Missing here.
Oh, damn it. Wait. Oh, I thought this would be easy. No. Ah. Why is this game so hard? What kid has the attention span or memory for this game? Like, what? We got 2 more after this as well.
Hello
again, sir.
See, let's go in here. What?
Ouch. I guess that's where they keep the hail.
Wait, we can't go there? Are there any puzzle pieces? Okay. Oh, done! Okay, I need to refresh myself on the list, I think.
Welcome to worldwide weather, sir.
So we need the nut, which we found, but we can't get to. Okay, I can't believe this game is like too big brain for me. Okay, wait, I think I know what we're doing now. Wait, we can't take that? Oh, I thought...
Brussels sprouts.
Oh, that's gross. Why would it be Brussels sprout flavored?
Hey, Mr. Sam.
Did I miss something? Like, what would I need this for?
Whoever gets this ribbon is the best employee of the whole month. Can I have a number 2 pencil?
No, I have to keep those in case I have to take a test.
Who would be the best employee? Maybe I'll go back to the board meeting. Potentially. Let's see.
I don't think that'll work. You look like you're thinking about something.
You're right. I'm trying to figure out what keeps clouds up in the air.
Don't think there's anything useful there. I'm trying, what other employees have we seen?
What do you guys do besides have meetings?
Having meetings is very important. We have to decide things, you know. Having meetings is how we decide things. We
Okay.
still need to decide on a color scheme for the executive ward.
That's not gonna do me in. How come you guys don't have chairs?
We should have something to sit on, but there seems to be a little problem getting that organized.
Man, the chair at the board meeting looks pretty bored.
What kind of things do you decide at meetings?
Oh, we decide a lot of things. It's about setting down rules and procedures, mostly.
The inspector's far away from this room.
Robin's egg blue?
Okay, I'm so stuck. Why is this game hard? Ah! Do I have to go to every room and use
Warmer, the inspector's not anywhere near here.
warmer?
Hello again, sir.
The inspector's not.
Okay.
Warmer.
Okay, warmer. At least it's not as hard as Spy Fox. You're right. You're right. I don't think I'll ever play Spy Fox on stream. Okay.
Warmer.
Okay.
The inspector's nearby.
That's liquid.
Nearby.
Colder.
Oh. Okay. Wait, so maybe I have to like click around or something?
Warmer. The inspector's nearby. The inspector's near.
That's liquid. I can't.
I don't understand.
The inspector's nearby.
Huh.
Colder.
How is this a kid's game? This is so hard. Wait.
Warmer.
Okay. Do we have to go down the slide again? Hey, colder. Yeah. So we have to go all the way up and then maybe down the slide? Huh. How did I do this as a kid? I'm mind boggled. Okay. I think this is how we get down the slide.
Colder. The inspector's not anywhere near here.
Oh wow, rip. Nope.
Warmer.
Okay, well. Maybe.
The inspector's nearby.
No, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah! This is so hard. Okay, let's try here. Warmer? Okay. Okay.
He's in this room.
These are bottles of rain.
Nope. No, I don't get it. I don't get it. Wait. Am I missing something?
He's in this room. He's in this room. Move me around until we fight. He's in this room.
Okay, we figured it out! Yay!
Flaky, I mean, Inspector.
Flaky?
It's nice to see you. Hello, Sid. This is Pajama Sam. He
Okay,
helped me fight.
okay. Yeah, sure. I definitely said kawaii sushi.
You gotta come back to the snow machine with us right away.
No way.
No way.
I
I'm not going back there. They don't appreciate me.
This could be a problem.
Don't worry, I'll think of something. Inspector, look! You've been named Employee of the Month!
Pajama Sam is smart.
Employee of the month? Me? They like me. They really like me.
Mm-hmm.
Sure do.
I'm so
It even matches his color scheme too.
my post and all those wonderful snowflakes.
I'll take you there if you like.
Would you? Gee, Sam, that would be great.
You've made him very happy. Thank you.
You're welcome. Will you be coming with us to the snow machine?
You go on ahead. I'll catch up.
Okay. Okay, well we're getting to one of them. Right? After all of this time. Okay. Yeah, this seems like a really big world. I'm getting like kind of lost, honestly. Okay, snow machine. That's where we have to go. Okay, hold on a second. We have to go up.
I don't think that will do much good. I don't think that'll work.
Is it over here then? Did it not do anything? Oh, well I found another puzzle piece that I missed. Okay.
Those are just fine the way they are.
Let me look again. No. I'm not sure what conveyor belt I'm supposed to do. Put him on, honestly. No, that's not the button I wanted to press. Ah! I get the animations are probably really fun for kids, but they're annoying when I just want to like get to where I'm going, you know?
That's not gonna do me any good. How come you have to look at all those pictures of snowflakes?
Quality control. No two snowflakes can ever be alike, you know.
So you have to check every one to be sure they're not?
I'm afraid so.
Okay. I'm so confused. Why isn't it letting me?
Those are just fine the way they are.
God, I'm gonna have to look up tips and tricks for this game because I clearly don't know what I'm doing. No. I don't think it'll be over here. Huh, I mean, I went through the entire snow system. And it wouldn't let me place it. Somewhere where there's a conveyor belt and then like kind of flat. Maybe this is the growing area, so that wouldn't help me. No.
I'm pretty sure that won't work.
Aw, I'm really stumped. Aww. Does anyone know where the right place is? Right there?
I don't think that'll work.
Oh, we can make a snowflake, but I don't want to.
I think snowflakes should always be this big.
What are we looking for? So, okay, so we have this little guy, and he's supposed to go somewhere snow-related. But no matter where I click, it's not accepting it.
That's not gonna do me any good. That's just fine the way it is.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Big to fit through this way.
Yeah, I did click on the snowman. Didn't work.
It's the world's flattest roller coaster.
Didn't do it. Yeah, I did click on him. I thought, cause that would make sense, but
Here we
are you serious? I'm so mad. I did click on him before.
Are you
Ugh.
back to work? Oh, yes. Then I'm
Thank you.
so glad to see you.
Right? I'm so mad. I did click everywhere.
And let me do my
Okay, well we got one done.
I don't know how you did it, but you have my heartfelt gratitude.
Sam? Sorry, we didn't mean to startle you.
You fixed the snow machine.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. That's so great.
Yeah.
I think the snowman was doing a good job though.
Monitors, things are already looking a little better. We wanted to tell you you were doing a good job.
Oh, thanks. I'm happy to help.
That's good, because there are still 3 more machines to be fixed. There's plenty to do here as well.
I'll take care of those other machines right away.
Very good. Bye now.
Test cam.
They
No.
see us all the time. Do I look all right? How's my tie?
Okay. But I don't think that unlocked any areas for us. Unless that fixed the hail machine. Okay, what do we have on us? Wait, could I have done that the entire time? Oh my god. Ooh.
Even with the cover off, I'm too big to fit down that hole.
Oh, that's just the puzzle. Okay. Okay, well, we got that hole figured out.
That's liquid sunshine. That's liquid
Okay. Let's see if the hail machine thingy is I can get through there. Something. I don't know. The snow doesn't seem to have fixed anything.
Hello again, sir.
Can we talk about how that is a reference to cheese and crackers, or? Okay, let's see if this is fixed. No. We still can't go through there.
I've got to stop doing that.
Huh, I'm stuck again. Did he give you a list of people? Yes, they did. So we know where this is. We know where the Y pipe is. We just need to find a piece that'll help us. Get it unlocked. You know what? Maybe I can try the thingy I have.
I don't think I should do that. I might break it.
Say, Sam, are you gonna get me out of here?
Yes, I'm working on a plan.
How are you gonna get me out?
I'll think of something.
Yeah, so I know where he is. I just don't know how to get it out. There was a pipe that you could get into if you were get really small. Yeah, no, I know, but how do I get really small?
There's someone in here.
Yeah. Wait! Oh, wait! Okay, okay, alright. The gears are turning, the gears are turning. I get it. I get it. We're not gonna, I doubt we're gonna get through all of the games today. I might have to hold off on Pokemon this week so we can finish this. Actually, you know, we might take a little break so I can get some food, like leftover food, and then we'll finish. We'll finish all the games today. We will. We're just doing the first, the 4 though, like the 4 main games. We're not doing any of like the side mini game things. Okay. Yeah, we could get small with the snowflake shrinker thing. You're right. Let's go up here. Okay. Go down. This seems dangerous. Oh wow.
Wow, look at me. This is great.
Thank you.
Sure hope I don't run into any big bugs.
Oh yeah, that would be scary. Thank you for the hydrating slurp, and let me know if that slurp was loud enough. If it didn't, I can, I can just. There we go. Ooh, we got a little bit of cracking. Okay. Hi, Pascal. Not time yet, buddy. Ooh. Is it really gonna give me hints? No, okay. Want to make sure they don't make it too easy. This seems like a really inefficient system. Like, what even travels through the pipes?
Are you coming?
Okay, let's go in this one. I can do mazes. 'Cause I'm amazing! Ha 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 ha!
Over here!
I'm coming.
I can't believe it's already dark outside. I don't like winter.
I've got Wingnut. Now, I just have to bring him back to the sun machine.
Do I have to get big? I might have to get big.
I can't put Wingnut back yet. I'm too small.
Okay, we gotta get big again. If it would snow at least, yeah. Okay.
That tickles.
Okay. Literally, what would I do without you, Cheros? Helping me through this game.
Here we are.
Not a moment too soon, I see. Boy, I can't leave you guys alone for 2 minutes without everything getting all out of whack, can I?
Oh, sure, that's right, Wingnut.
Yeah, you must be the most important guy here.
I've played all these games at least 5-ish times. Oh, yeah. I played them a lot, too, as a little hatchling, but I didn't really remember much.
There, that looks better already.
What would we do without you?
You know, it actually does look better.
Hello, Sam. Well,
Stop scaring Pajama
I see
Sam.
you fixed another weather machine.
That's right. I brought Wingnut back to the sun machine.
The weather is already starting to get better.
Yes.
Still looks
storms at the South Pole have come down a
terrible
lot.
You're doing
on the
a fine
monitors
job.
behind them.
Keep up the good work.
Okay, I've just got 2 more machines to go.
Good. Keep us informed of your progress. Goodbye now.
How do you like that? Not even a word about my performance. Typical.
Okay, well now we're kind of back at square one, because I have no clue where to find this guy. And
That's the Y pipe.
yeah, I don't know how to find the other one, and I don't know how to get money for the vending machine. Oh, well, this is working again.
That's liquid sunshine.
That's good. Got any more tips for me? Because we need these clouds out of the way, right? Yeah, Not really sure where to go to next, because every time we try the hail machine, it doesn't let us go through, so... I think we've explored everything that we can right now.
How's the initial incident report
Okay.
coming?
Ready as it'll ever be. I guess we should send it to the president.
President?
Cross your fingers.
The hail machine won't be fixed. You need to find something to protect yourself. Yeah, so I found umbrellas, but I couldn't pick them up.
Hello, Sam.
Lightning, we better start on the plausible deniability paperwork right away.
Is someone gonna eat that donut?
Yes?
I know, I already clicked it.
Memo to employee.
Hello again, sir.
Hey, Mr. Sam.
Oh, hail. Yeah. Something to protect us from the hail.
One of these days, we trash cans are gonna unionize. Yeah, one of these days.
Okay. I don't suppose the boards in the board meeting will help us.
Don't you guys get uncomfortable standing up all the time?
Yeah, I'm stiff as a board.
I get it, because they're board members with the chairman. Haha. I feel like we didn't get anything useful in here, so maybe...
Maybe it's a thread.
What do you mean?
The clouds. Maybe they hang them up with thread.
Then what's the thread hanging from?
Good point.
It's blank. I must be non-photo blue. What did you say was in the file cabinet?
Just files.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm stuck again. I don't think there's anything else in here.
sure I can't interest you in a few more Employee of the Month ribbons?
I'm sure. Thank you.
What happened to that box we came in with? No, it's not there anymore.
I don't want to go over there.
Okay, Sam.
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
Grapes of Wrath.
Hey, that one looks sunny.
I know. Unfortunately, that's Seattle. Oh, what a mess.
Seattle is not supposed to be sunny. It's supposed to be cloudy. Something to protect ourselves with. I don't suppose it'd be in here. I don't know what we could use to protect ourselves. Oh. I don't think I could take a rainbow with me, though.
Oh, what's this? They'll be after me gold.
Oh! Oh! Okay, okay. Alright, things are working. I think, honestly, I don't think a kid would have gotten that. Being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make a rainbow and then a leprechaun is gonna come out and give me gold. Like, you know? That seems like a little bit of a stretch. If you ask me. Okay.
Hello again, sir.
Okay, so we know how to get the Y
Hey, Mr. Sam.
person. The Y pipe. That's the word.
That doesn't look very comfortable.
It isn't. Please insert more coins.
I haven't got any more coins.
Are you serious? Ah, I have to go all the way back. No. I'm getting there though. Okay. So now, I guess the last thing we'll need is to find a way to protect ourselves. Ah! Hi. I'm doing okay. I'm losing at a kid's game.
Pagora, not again.
Wait. That didn't give me any coins. No. Oh no! How am I supposed to get more coins? Oh, haha. That's a Wizard of Oz reference. Okay, wait. Oh, as soon as I thought I knew what I was doing. It's so sad. Oh. Where am I supposed to get more coins from? Are we sure this is a kid's game? This game's really hard.
I wonder how many of these it takes to make a whole thunderstorm. I wonder how many of these it takes to make a whole thunderstorm.
I was thinking maybe like the bottle caps, or I could use as coins or something. Get more coins. Maybe the supply guy? I'm gonna just check over here again. Just anything. I know I can't go there.
I can't see a thing. I wish all this fog would go away.
Alright, I think I'm stuck again. Pretty sure you need to make something for the Y guy to get the Y guy out. Yeah, but I did. I did make something. We already went up here. Like there's no money involved. Oh, huh. I mean, we can try to make another thing. Or maybe I just use the crowbar again. Let's make all of the options again. Hey, Pascal. What? That didn't give me anything.
The machine is out of those seeds.
We already tried making all of these. Except I didn't try this one yet. I don't think. No. Oh, yeah, I have some really bad captioning. Yeah, isn't that cool? It's not accurate, but...
Hello again, sir.
Good day, Mr. Sam.
Try the crowbar.
I don't think I
No.
should do that. I might break it. It's an opener that works on cans and bottles.
Are you sure you don't have any more coins?
Yes. Sorry. I'll think of something. You know, it's funny how things get stuck in vending
Oh?
machines sometimes.
It's not as funny on the inside.
Do you have a can of something? No? No, we already used the can. Do you want me to get another can though? I can try. We used the can on the, like, detector thing.
Hello again, sir.
And we opened it with that can opener. Yeah. This game is so hard. I don't think this game is well done. Clearly. Clearly, it's stumping an adult. So clearly, this is not good. I know you need a hard hat. Where would I find a hard hat? I don't think I saw a hard hat anywhere. I feel like I would have seen a hard hat. Like, this has a plug.
This must be where the velocimometer goes.
Velocimometer, which I think is something we're looking for.
Velocimometer. Velocimometer controls the wind speed.
But I don't know where he is.
It turns backwards too. It's some big fan thing.
Big thing at the bottom. Bottom of what? This is the puzzle. This I think is to exit. This is the checklist. What happens if you press the green button on the fan? Oh. Wait.
That big funnel.
Is there a way we can maybe move the fan to blow the other way?
That big funnel bottles the wind from that fan up there.
Oh! Wait. Wait a minute. Okay. Gears are turning. Gears are turning in my brain. Yo! Wow, I feel like we could have done that at the beginning. Oh my god. Hard hat! Thank you!
It works great. Here's another one.
We must be almost done because there are only 3 puzzle pieces left. Mm.
The wind is too strong.
Okay. PJ S3 is much easier than this. Okay. Good to know. Good to know, because we've been at this for too long. After this game, we're gonna take a small break. I think I'm gonna get leftover mac and cheese for dinner, and feed the cat, and then we'll come back. But let's finish this game first. Now that we have the hard hat, we should be okay. It's a shame, like, and I fixed that fan, like, early on, too. Don't say it.
Hello again, sir.
Progress? Yes, yes, okay, okay. Do I have to wear it before? Okay.
I've got to stop doing that without a helmet.
There we go. I stopped playing DRG just to help you. Thank you! I appreciate it. Your best mod. Oh my god, so much for hooding Mia tonight. Maybe we'll get in a few episodes. Okay, okay, we're getting there.
Hey, I found one.
Oh god, that's morbid. That's a juicer.
It's a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, it's a dog. Okay. Oh, haha, they're bees. Could it be? Oh, a plug.
In a can. Please recycle after use. That looks like something on the list of weather machine pieces I'm supposed to find. I think it's part of the velocimometer. Hello? Hello? Velocimometer? Is that you?
Yes. He's hiding.
I'm scared. It's okay. Pajama Sam is here to help you. Phew. Do you think you can get down from there?
No, I don't think so.
Well, never fear. I'll think of something.
Thank you.
Hey, look at those boxes.
Ha ha ha.
I can't get up there. It's too high. I can't get over there. Oh. Bottle caps.
Wait.
I can't get over there. Here's another one.
There we go.
I don't think that Mertley nozzles. H2. Oh.
How do I? You can't. The other foot. Okay. I was gonna say I need more box. I need to be able to move around the boxes. Oh, did we need earthquake in a can for? Okay, that makes sense.
There's one.
Wait. That's so morbid. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. I'm just gonna check the 3rd floor because I'm curious. Okay. I'll see you later. We'll probably still be around. Okay.
Hey, I can see all the way to the land of darkness through here. I'm looking for my Pajama Man comic books. Let's see if we can
This is a mini game, but it's fine.
click on these buttons to move around. Hey, I found one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Another. Hey, I found one.
This seems too easy. I say that, watch me not be able to find all of them.
There's one.
We need to find 2 more. One more.
Here's another one. I only need to find one more.
Those? There it is. Yay! We did it!
Play again?
No. Okay. Okie dokie. We wanna go to the basement again? Wow, this is a slow elevator. In uni, I lived in an apartment run by my school, and the elevator was like so slow. I lived on like the 4th floor, and like
Can't get over there.
genuinely, it was faster to take the stairs. This is fun!
Don't worry, it's me, Sam. I'll help you down. Really? Sure, come on. You'll be safe with me.
Thank you. Will you take me back to the wind machine?
God, that elevator sucked, right? It was so slow.
Okay, Velo it is.
I think this elevator is actually faster than that elevator. Okay, it's a good thing I don't have to like manually put on the hard hat anymore. Vroom.
Welcome to Worldwide Weather, sir.
Okay. I've been here, but okay.
Good day, Mr. Sam.
Wonder how much voice actors are paid for a game like this. I feel like the earthquake would probably break the weather station more. Oh, okay. So it's just like a small earthquake. Oh, thank God. Oh, the cheese bits! That was from Puppet Saves the Zoo, I think.
You ever been stuck in a vending machine, Sam?
I think I'm a little too big to fit in there.
Yeah, I suppose you are. Say, where did you get that great outfit?
This? It's my pajamas. I sleep in them.
You have special clothes just for sleeping in.
Of course.
Why?
Because... Oh, well, that's not important right now.
You know, actually, it's interesting that we have special clothes that we sleep in.
Miss me. Can you give me a lift?
Huh.
Sure.
That is kind of weird. When you think about it, that we have special clothes for sleeping. Right? Like, I feel like it'd be natural to sleep butt naked. I don't know. Just under a blanket or something, right? Because if the blanket's warm enough, you don't need clothes. But, like, I don't know. We have special sleeping clothes. That's kind of weird.
Hello again, sir.
Okie dokie. Now that we have two, we can just knock this out. Oh, that's the wrong way. Oopsies.
Okay, here we are. Time to go back to work.
Do I have to?
Of course you do.
I think work is probably better than being stuck in a vending machine.
And we'll run out of rain.
So?
So, we need rain. It's good for plants and stuff like that.
I know. I was just having fun with you.
Why?
Well, because...
Gotcha.
What do you know? I guess you did. All right, put me back in the machine already.
Sam?
I mean, he was just hanging out. Yeah.
Sneaking up on me like that.
Sorry, Sam. We wanted to say we're very impressed with the way you've been fixing the weather machines.
Thank you.
At this rate, we'll have everything shipshape before anyone even notices anything was wrong. Hang on for a second, Sam. That's our call waiting.
Lightning!
Mother Nature!
What on earth is going on over there?
Why does she look like an onion?
Nothing.
Everything's under control.
What?
Don't hand me that claptrap. I read your incident report. You left out one or two things.
What things would those be?
Well, for example, why isn't it windy in Chicago? It's supposed to be windy in Chicago.
Oh, that's a mood. I don't want to have a job like that.
I'm coming over there now, and when I get there, I want some answers.
Oh boy.
Mother Nature is coming! Here!
Is that bad?
It could be. If everything's not perfect by the time she gets here, we'll be in
Oh,
big
good.
trouble.
Now we have to speed run it.
All hopelessly out of date! What are we going to do?
We'd better get to work updating them right away.
I'll fix the wind machine.
Thank you. And Sam,
Yes?
please hurry.
Nah, I'm just gonna take my sweet time. And that's the wind machine.
I should turn this back first. Here we are. Oh, goody. Home.
Attention, all personnel. The president is arriving. This is not a drill.
Gee, the company president. Something.
Oh, Mother Nature's the company president. Gotcha.
No time to lose. Oh no, she's here! She's here! What are we gonna do?
I don't know. We've got to stall her. We'll think of something. Mother Nature, how nice to see you.
the chit-chat, Thunder. I'm making a full inspection of the facility. And I'm warning you, if everything isn't absolutely perfect, you're both in deep trouble.
Oh no.
What's this?
Mother Nature, you haven't seen my slides from my trip to Cleveland.
I'll try to live
Oh.
with disappointment. Let me see those monitors.
Cleveland, Ohio. It's a city in the US for international viewers.
What's going on?
It looks like everything is working just fine. It is?
Yay!
And who might you be?
I'm Pajama Sam!
Why is she holding a piece of celery? That's my question.
He's our handyman, that's who. Keeps everything running smoothly. I don't know where we'd be without him.
I'm happy to report that all the weather machines are working perfectly.
All right then. Thunder, lightning. Keep up the good work.
We're not fired?
Certainly not. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm needed in Acapulco.
Sam, thank you
Oh,
so much
I
for
just
all your
realized
help.
something.
You fixed the last machine just in time. You saved our job.
And the
Nah,
weather
hold on.
is back
I
to
have
normal.
like a little
Does that mean it'll be stormy?
follower goal, but it's not on this
Yes.
scene.
In
I gotta
fact,
fix that.
How would you like to take the controls for a little while?
Oh.
Control the weather? Sure.
Yeah.
This controls how much rain there is. And this one is a volume control for the caboose.
Oh boy.
Oh, we did it! We did it, we did it, we did it! God, that was a hard game! Horror game. I love this captioning! Oh my god, I can't believe Pajama Sam 2 is a horror game.
Sure you wanna leave?
Yay! Okay. Let me fix that. Source. Hold on. We want the follower goal. Ooh, we're at 211 already. Ooh. Okay. Let's go to the just. Okay. Alright, here we are. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna go for like maybe at most 10 minutes. I just have to reheat some food. And feed the cat. And maybe go to the bathroom, get water. And then we'll be back for the last two games. I don't know how long this is gonna last, but everyone can get up, can take a break. Just make sure you're back here in time. Okay? Yeah. I'm gonna try to be as fast as I can, but I do need the sustenance and I need to make sure the cat is like happy. Yep. I will be back. I'm gonna bring the food back, so it won't be too long. And maybe I'll eat and talk for a little bit. We'll be right back. No one leave. hi. Let me turn this down. You guys, yeah, you can hear me. Okay, hi. Alright, I have mac and cheese now. So how are you guys enjoying Pajama Sam so far? I was just talking to Pyro Mom a little bit while I was in the kitchen, and she said that Pyro Bro and I were never really focused on like finishing Pajama Sam. We would just play it. We would never actually like really finish the game, which probably is why I didn't know how to solve any of the puzzles. Cause like I remember the weather station areas and like the growing, but like I don't think I had ever been to the basement part thing. Like that wasn't familiar at all. So hot. It's hot. So yeah. This has been an adventure. But we're gonna finish at least the 4 main games today. Yeah, I'm just gonna catch up on some things while I eat. Yeah, it's been something. Yes, I'm back. I have my mac and cheese. It's very tasty. Nom 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 nom. Oh, there's a picture of a dog in my server. And sure is a dog. Let me just check on everything else. Enjoy your meal, or how you... it's enjoy. That's how you spell it. Thank you, subtitles. It's okay, English is really hard. I don't know what to talk about. The only thing on my brain is Pajama Sam and Hoodie Mia. I've been like, I don't know. So like, okay, I've read some of the manga, quite a bit of the manga, online. And then so I typically don't read manga online. What I'll do is I'll read a manga a little bit online, and then if I want to read more of it, then I'll buy it. And I have been searching for the Horimiya Volume 1 and even 2. Like, I'm okay with Volume 2. I've been searching for it forever, and every time I find a store that sells Horimiya, they have like all of the other volumes and not 1 and 2, and it's like, but why? So I've been watching the anime. And I don't know how many episodes of the anime are out. And I hope I don't binge it all in one day. But I really love it. It's so good. I watched a little bit of the, I think it was like OVA. I think that's what it's called. That was good too. What I really like about it though is that none of the characters are LGBTQ. Right? It's a Japanese manga, and like it's not BL or Yuri, right? It's not explicitly. So all the characters are straight. However, they make jokes kind of about being gay, but then they're like not homophobic about it, which is like really nice, you know? So like an example is like when 2 guys that are like friends with each other, they're like good friends, and one of the love interest of one of the guys was like, well, you guys are close, why aren't you guys dating? And then the guy was like, well, he's not really my type. And like they didn't go like, oh, ew, he's a guy, I would never date a guy. They gave like a really logical reason. He's like, well, I'm not into him. And it's good. It's good. Little things. Yeah, they're almost all of them are good. I still hate Remy though. Fuck her. And I have a feeling Remy would be Elfie's favorite character. She's very Hilda-like from Fire Emblem. She's very Hilda-like. Oh, wait, actually, okay. Hold on. You're gonna see. I'm gonna break the immersion for a little bit. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Will you allow me to break the immersion? Hold on. Oh no. Okay. Don't worry. That you don't see anything. She's been babied pretty much her whole life by other people who think she's cute. Yes. Oh no, I get it. There we go. What if we all... There we go. Okay, so now every time I look down, it looks like I'm like... There we go. And then... Want some pistachios? I like pistachios, but honestly, not in the mood right now. I'm good with my mac and cheese. I had vegetables today already, so I'm allowed my unhealthy mac and cheese. Although I did have ice cream. Today hasn't been a good day. I'm trying to limit myself to like kind of like one junky food a day, but today has been an exception because these were like the fastest leftovers I could heat up. My wife who made homemade sushi. Ooh, that sounds really, really good. I love making homemade sushi. I usually make salmon sushi. Or salmon avocado, or salmon in not cucumber. Yeah, cucumber. Ooh, California rolls. Nice, nice, nice. That sounds really tasty. Oh. Oh, I love eel sauce. Oh. Actually, funny, when I went downstairs, Pyro Mom was like, she saw me making the mac and cheese, like, oh, we can't order sushi tonight? And I was like, well, yeah, it's Tuesday. So, our sushi place that we order from like at least once a week, okay? We love sushi. And sometimes we don't have time to like make the sushi. So, our sushi place is always closed on Tuesday, and almost every Tuesday we're like, damn, I'm in the mood for sushi. And it's just every Tuesday without fail. It's like, wow, we should get sushi. Wait, we can't. The Pascal has entered the room. He is here. I think. Wait. Yes. He is here. You know what's really funny? I wish I could take a picture, but I can't. So I use Wi-Dio, which is an app on my iPhone for face tracking. Okay. And the model I have in Wi-Dio is my normal model, because I didn't bother changing it. And Wi-Dio talks to VC Face. So VC Face is where I can choose the model that I want to use. So I keep looking back, and me going like this is me looking back and forth from my Wi-Dio, my normal model to the Christmas model. It was really funny. Because while they're technically similar models, they're not the same models. And the difference is actually some of the rigging. Because with my model, I got it from my model mama, and she's very talented. She did such a good job on it. So I got it from my model mama, and she doesn't change the default expressions, so they're like really bad. So on my normal model, I changed them. But on the Christmas model, I was kind of running out of time. So I have the really bad default expressions. So they're actually technically different. models, because the original one I've obviously now manipulated in like Unity. Yeah, it's a fun little back. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Hey! I'm almost done, and we'll get back to more Pajama Sam. I still kind of want cheese and crackers though. Big fan of the hair color? Yeah! It's like peppermint. It's like a candy cane. That was kind of the vibe. Yeah. I had cheese stuck in my teeth. Hold on. Oh, Corn's home. Welcome home. I still can't believe yesterday we taught a Japanese viewer the different ways to use fuck. I still can't get over that. Okay, have a good one, Fedis. Thank you for staying so long. I really, really appreciate it. Have a good night. Sleep well. For some reason, it kind of seems sacrilegious to me to eat Kraft mac and cheese on a plate. So I'm eating it on a plate right now because we ran out of bowls. Oh. This seems like wrong. I don't know. Like normal mac and cheese, I could see it as a plate food, but Kraft mac and cheese, I don't know. Just doesn't seem like a plate food to me. It seems like a bowl food. Yeah, yesterday was fun. It's a shame you can't come to all of the Japanese streams. But that's okay. Always had it as plate food personally. Oh, what's wrong with you? That's weird. Okay. I drink some water. And now we're good. Oh, the rest of the week's gonna be even more busy? Oh no. Okay, I gotta turn the light on. Hold on. My model tracking is fine. He sure is. I don't want to use my sun lamp too late in the evening or else I won't sleep. I really need to get a light, honestly. Oh no! A stupid early day Friday. That's not good. Okay. I'm gonna set up the game. Okay. Downloading, so let's switch scenes. Oh, I guess, you know, I should get rid of the prop now. There we go. There we go. Oh, actually, I want to show you something really funny. So a lot of VTuber props, hello. A lot of VTuber props are made for Live 2D, obviously, right? This. So I can like drag them. Modius the Archdemon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Pyro Pack. I just want to show you guys this. I have these little Christmas assets, but sometimes they like get funky. This one kind of funky. No, I don't think so. But my favorite one is this. Milk! Thank you for the milk redeem. Okay, so this is funny because like it looks good, right? It's a Christmas hat, and then I turn my head. I think this is so funny. Milk. Yeah. Look at this. It's so funny to me. Okay, I'm gonna put a bow. I like bows. Perfect. Wait. There we go. I got a cute little bow now. Okay. Gonna just move this over here. There we go. Just a piece of cardboard taped to your forehead. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna play Pajama Sam 3. You are what you eat to your head, from your head to your feet. I played this one as a kid, but I don't remember much of it. Why in German, by the way? Okay, so fun little tidbit. So, okay, so the other day, what was it? Sunday? My future girlfriend, Elfie, another VTuber, if you use the waifu command, you can check her out. So her first language is German, and my first language is Spanish. So we decided to do Duolingo of each other's languages. And she said most of my German pronunciation was okay, but I can't do the German CH sound. And there was like a point where I had to read it out loud over and over again. So we were like, you know, I'm just gonna make it a channel point routine because I can't say it correctly. Okay. Oh wait. Shift tab alt. Hold on a sec. There we go. Ah, nice. I'm here for hints and help. Thank you. Please. That last game took us way too much time.
But there's only one more box to go, and I'll have 20 box tops. And that means...
He sounds like Bobby Hill. I don't know who Bobby Hill is.
I can hardly wait. It's almost time for dinner.
I have to clear my throat.
Dinner? Oh boy.
Okay.
Feels so good. Uh-oh, I don't think that was me.
Where did all the cookies go?
Boy, first they spoil my dinner, and now they've gone to cause trouble somewhere else.
First they spoil my dinner.
Pajama Sam! Of course, I'll need my cape.
Every time we have to find the cape. There it is.
Alright, cookies. Your dinner spoiling days are over. Pajama Sam is on his way.
We're gonna get going. Hopefully I'm much better at this game than I was at the last one.
Hello? Is somebody there?
So I know Cheris has played this game before. But has anyone else played this game before?
Alright, cookies. I know you're in here.
Never seen it before. Okay. This Freddy Fish and Putt Putt were kind of like the video games of my childhood. Because after them, then I started playing Pokemon and more, I guess, like mainstream games. Ooh. I don't think I ever finished this game though, we'll say. Interesting.
Great party.
Yep.
Gonna take another drink. Ooh, I want an Oreo. Oreo sounds so good. My childhood game is Gothic 2 and 1. Oh, I've never heard of that. Oh, I assume we need to collect these?
If I can find 20 of these, I can get a Pajama Man action.
Alright, so we're gonna be looking for the box tops. Gotta keep our eye out for them. Oh, brownies, cookies. Oh.
I wonder if you'd still call them brownies if you made them a different color.
So, fun fact. Okay, wait. For me, childhood games were Mario Bros. And Super Mario World. Oh, okay. That's fair. Fun fact. One of the first conversations I had with Elfie, I was talking about blondies. And if you don't know what blondies are, they're brownies without the cocoa. So they're, like, yellow. Right? And for the entire conversation, she thought I was talking about a hentai tag. No.
Maybe those cookies came with box tops. How long is this party gonna go on?
Yep. Elfie's the best.
This looks like a job for Pajama Sam.
Oh, are we gonna eat through this? Yeah. Oh, that looks good. Oh, Elite Hunter, thank you for the cheers. I appreciate it.
I can't believe I ate the whole thing.
I
ate it, Sam.
Wait. You can't hear anything right now. Can you guys hear? Is my audio okay? Okay, then I think it's on Elite Hunter's side. Alright, we're going this way.
Well, thanks everyone. This is a great party, but I think I should be going now. It's almost my dinner time and I wouldn't want to spoil it.
Oh, it's because I'm at work. Should have specified. Oh, okay. That's fine. But thank you for coming anyway.
Jail!
Jail!
I guess we're going to jail.
You can just wait here in jail until your trial next month, healthy boy.
Next month? But it's almost time for dinner.
Tell it to the fudge. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back to the party.
I can't stay in here a whole month. I've got to get out of here. Hey, bonbons! I like them.
I know the point of this game is to teach kids to eat healthy food. However, I just want sweets right now.
My name's Sam.
I'm Florette. Are you a political prisoner too?
I don't know.
What?
I think
I'm sorry, what?
I said I didn't want to spoil my dinner.
The sweets don't always get along well with the other foods.
But I'm not a food. I've already got a bonbon.
Okay.
Yes!
We might need a hell of a way to start a conversation.
Hey, I think this is...
Yeah, okay. Good.
Gee, I didn't mean to break anything. Well, maybe this will come in handy.
This is the tutorial section of the game. I know how games work.
think maybe I deserve a reward.
Stop eating the junk food, Sam. No! I love the closed captioning because it doesn't work. It's not accurate.
Sam, you did it! Quick, let's get out of here before they come back.
Okay, let's go.
Sweet troops.
Oh, instead of sweet tooth, it's sweet troop.
I've got to get to the food pyramid as quickly as possible. I'm supposed to be at the peace conference with the other delegates. Thank you so much for getting us out of here,
Raggly,
Sam.
yeah.
You're a real hero.
Raggly, oh my god. This is so funny.
Gee. Those troops shouldn't bother me. After all, there's no blue food, right? But I'm not taking any chances.
So we can't go over there. Unless maybe at some point we can dress up like a candy.
Wow, what a neat building.
It's the food pyramid.
No, General, no!
Wait, do we know that? I think we know that carrot.
Hi, Carrot.
Sam, boy, am I glad to see you.
We know that carrot!
Trouble.
Mop Top?
Yeah, Mop Top. Here's what's going down. The folks who live on Mop Top are all foods, right? The Fats and Sweets group is taking over. There's just so many of them. They're causing problems all over the island. General Beatfoot wants to declare war on them.
That doesn't sound very good.
You got that right. So, I've organized a peace conference. One member of each of the 6 food groups has been chosen as a delegate. And they're supposed to all get together here at the pyramid to talk out their differences.
We're gonna have to find the delegates, I think.
Right. She's one of the delegates at the conference. Trouble is, only 2 are here and there are supposed to be 6.
Oh, so we have to find 4 delegates.
Or the conference is off.
What? The conference is off? Alright, that's it. This means war!
No!
No, General, no! The conference is still on.
Okay.
Here's another box top.
We're gonna get all the box tops.
Oh, one more thing, Sam. I've got to stay here and keep the general from declaring war. So somebody needs to find the other 4 delegates and get them here.
No, I got it. I got it, Carrot.
Be here by now.
I can find them for you. Pajama Sam always helps those in need. But how will
I still can't believe we're playing this game.
It's easy. They'll all be wearing straw hats. Florette and Luke Wigglebig are here. The delegates still missing are Chuck Cheddar, Bean 47, Granny Smythe, and Pierre Lapin.
Oh, it's interesting they chose a bean for protein.
The sweets just marched through the headlands! War, I tell you!
No, General, wait!
Boy, I better find those delegates and get them here as fast as I can.
Speedrun, speedrun, speedrun. Okay. I assume going up, it will be like the conference room that we find them all in. Probably. Yeah.
Hi, Florette. I guess this must be the peace conference, right?
Yes, that's right. It's nice to see you again, Sam.
Ah, gee. Excuse me, I don't believe we've met.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Luke, this is Pajama Sam. Sam, this is Luke Wigglebig from the Fats and Sweets.
I was asked to be here because of my remarkably good taste.
I see.
Haha. We're gonna get a lot of food jokes, obviously. Oh, the onion is crying.
Ah, another box top. one free dance lesson. Oh boy, I like dancing.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Sam. You're the librarian, right?
Yes, that's right.
What are these?
What are those?
Those are library cards. If you could bring me a picture of yourself, I'll put it on the card and you'll be able to borrow books from the library.
Neat.
Okay. So I need a picture of my myself. Oh, hello. Oh, it looks like a game. Okay, well, I'm okay for now. He's probably reading a sad romance novel. Okay. It looks like the troops aren't there anymore, so let's go this way. We're going to the heart. Ooh, a donut swing.
What a cool looking tree. I think there's ketchup growing on it. And some other stuff too. I don't think I can get over there. It looks like it's too far for me to swim. Hey, a big donut! And it's a swing! Whee!
Oh god, it has a face. Oh.
Hi, I'm Sprinkle. Hi, I'm Sam. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were... I mean, I should have asked.
That's okay, I love to swing. What else would I be doing tied to a tree like this?
That's a good point.
Okay. Interesting. Ah.
Oh, good, another box top.
We do love our box tops. Has anyone actually collected box tops before? Because I don't think I ever have. Like, I know our schools used to have drives for box tops, but...
Quitting time! Wow.
Okay. Not for a prize, but for school. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if it's a US thing. Oh, it's a fortune cookie. We're on a roll.
I'm Sam.
I am called Syllabus, the Sage.
Haha.
For reasons I cannot fathom.
Fathom?
I sit here atop Mount Wisdom and ponder the deeper mysteries of the universe.
What are you pondering right now?
I'm trying
Might
to
be, never thought about it,
and
right?
describe the perfect chair.
What chair?
That's a good point. I never thought of that.
What?
Wow, that horn is really big.
Yes, it's called the Horn of Celebration. I like to blow it when I find the answer to a question I'm pondering.
What happens when you...
Milk!
I can see.
I'm glad you guys like that redeem. Oh.
Some horn.
Tone it down a bit next time.
Hey, a gondola.
Wait, Elite Hunter, if you don't have sound on, why would you redeem milk? Milk!
Hello.
Howdy.
You're wearing a straw hat. Are you one of the delegates to the...
I only asked for it as a joke, but it's great, right?
Cheese of Adventure!
Yeah, it is
I'm
great.
on my way to the conference, but my balloon got stuck here in this blasted cotton candy cloud. There didn't used to be so many of them around.
I'm Pajama Sam. Can I give you a...
I like cheese.
I can't leave the balloon behind, but there is something you can do for me.
Pajama Sam.
Maybe if we get hot chocolate, we can melt the cotton candy cloud.
Well, that's me. You see, I need to add some weight to the balloon.
so it'll be heavy enough to get unstuck and float down.
Why don't I climb aboard?
No. It's got to be just the right amount of weight, you see? Or I'll go down too fast and crash.
Oh, are you saying Sam's too fat? Finally got a chance to put headphones in. Okay, just making sure.
But there's already one sandbag hanging under the balloon, and I can't see how much weight is in it. Can you see it from there?
No, but don't worry. I'll think of something.
I know you a big one.
I wonder if people complained with the second game being too hard, so they made this one too easy. Or easier, not too easy. Hold on a sec. Gotta do something, hold on. Okay.
Oh boy, I'm gonna go skiing. Bombs away!
I didn't think that it would be a mini game. I like those teeth mountain. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, they are teeth. Huh. So what's the plot of this game?
I could do that all day if I didn't have to save the island and get back for dinner.
Plot? The plot? The plot is that, all of the... It's so ridiculous. All of the unhealthy junk food has taken over the land of food. So we have to find delegates for a peace conference from all of the food groups to so they can talk. They can talk it out.
Here's another box top. I hope I can find 20.
Okay. Why does this game sound like a bad PSA? Well, this is a children's game. That's why.
Hi.
Hold it. Guards only.
Does that mean I can't go in?
Well, let's see.
It's no guards allowed.
No, that's not right. It's guards only.
Gourds only, that's right.
Gourds.
And, he's not a gourd, so...
Aha.
So that would mean...
That would mean no, you
We have to dress up like a pumpkin now.
No admittance.
Unless you're a guard.
Which you're not.
A guard.
Sorry.
That's okay. Looks like I'd have to get all wet to go that way. What else do you like to do besides swing, Sprinkle?
I used to like to swim quite a bit. Well,
Oh, it's a float.
I'm a good floater.
What do you like to do besides swinging?
Well, I think I
Wait.
mentioned swimming before, but mostly I don't do that these days.
Why not?
Because I'm tied to a tree, silly.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. There we go. Okay, now we can explore more.
Oh my, it's a good thing I can float. Say, the water is very nice
today.
Oh, that's funny.
The water's lovely. I don't want to get too wet before dinner, but maybe you could give me a ride. Sure, hop on.
Yeah. Yeah, this game seems a lot easier, honestly. We'll see. Go to the tree.
Boy, this is great. Look at all these different sauces. Yes, it's a condiment tree. Oh boy, ketchup. Ketchup is good on This is This is teriyaki. Ew, horseradish. This is relish.
Okay. So we're probably gonna need one, like a different type of condiment. So I'm gonna pick that when we need it. I don't think I can carry all of them, you know?
Here's another box top. I hope I can find 20.
Oh my god, wait, this is interesting. So we see the heart there, and no water is flowing to the heart, aka blood. No blood is flowing to the heart because there are french fries in the way. It's like cholesterol.
Wow, what a log jam. And it's all french fries. Hello? Hello, french fry. I'm not a french fry. I'm Pajama Sam. Oh,
God, I'm so smart.
do you like french fries? I love french fries, especially with mustard.
Okay.
Mustard.
Okay, so now we know that we need mustard.
This is relish. This is... This mustard might be useful.
That's probably one of the RNG things, so it's probably a different condiment every time. I'm gonna take a drink again. You know, I am feeling much better after the mac and cheese. I think it's kind of ironic that I ate mac and cheese before playing a health food game. There we go.
Well, so much for not getting wet. I thought that was fun.
I would say it was fun too. I really like lazy rivers and like not so lazy rivers at resorts. Like I've been to Atlantis before, that resort, and the Bahamas. And they have a lazy river that's like, it has lazy parts where it's relaxing, but then they'll be attached to like the wave pool. So it like gets exciting, and then it'll be attached to water slides too. It's like really cool, and it goes through the entire resort. I feel like the box tops were easier than the socks to find. We're halfway there. Ooh. Welcome to Muscle Beach, haha.
Excuse me, why are you wearing a bag on your head?
Huh? What? Oh, I was hiding out from the sweet troops, man. Are they gone?
I don't see anybody.
Great. Thanks for waking me up, bruh. I'm Zach Zook.
I'm Pajama
He's a
Sam.
zucchini.
Hey, that's cool. Say, Pajama Sam, what are you? About 42 pounds?
I don't know.
Zach Zook is never wrong about these things, my man.
So he is 42 pounds. Someone type 42 in chat.
Do you think I could use your bag?
Because we need that information for the...
Sure, take it, bro. I don't need it anymore.
Oh, what's the word? Thank you. We're gonna need that. Later.
Hi, I'm Pajama Sam. Are you one of the delegates for the peace conference?
But yes, I am Pierre Le Pen of the Breads and Grains Group.
Can
Oh
you
my
get
God.
down from there?
Yes, no, I am trapped. The Ferris wheel, she has no power. The exercise machine on the beach furnishes the power, but no one seems to be exercising, and so...
Time to exercise. Oh my God, time to exercise.
Well, I'll think of something.
Thank you. For the peace conference to be deprived of Pierre? This is not good.
No, I wanted to... Hold on. Oh, it's...
Here's another box top.
Okay. We need to get the box tops.
Oh, good, another box top.
Nice, we have 8 more to go. Okay.
This exercise machine is connected to the Ferris wheel. What if someone wants to ride the Ferris wheel and you're not working out? Boy, you guys look healthy.
Yeah, we know.
Shouldn't you be working out or something?
Not now, dude. We're busy.
We have to draw those cupcakes for our art class.
Hi, what's up?
Oh, you know, we're just baking, you know?
Ah.
How will you know when you're done baking?
Like we use a timer, you know? PTH will be totally over when the bell rings.
Oh. You got nothing that's bell-like.
Don't you think you should get back to working out? Someone might want to ride that Ferris wheel.
That's just one of the sacrifices we all make for...
Okay. Well, we need like a bell thing, timer. Because I don't think the horn would do that.
Haha! But seriously, folks, let me ask you this. What goes ha 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 ha, plop plop plop?
Ha ha ha, pop pop pop.
An orange holding its breath.
That wasn't funny.
Hey! You ain't funny!
Bring back the other guy!
Don't you get it? Orange, breath, plop plop plop.
Plop this, wise guy!
Oh, that's a gourd. That's a gourd. We need that gourd.
It's true. He really isn't.
We need it.
Funny.
But hey, tell me, what do you think of these shoes?
Stop talking. I need your pumpkin.
Thank you. All right. Next up is Tom Rutabaga, the Knock Knock King.
Tom Rutabaga. Haha.
How about a nice hand for Mickey Hollandaise, folks?
Oh. Come on. This cutscene's too long.
Mickey Hollandaise in his great big floppy shoes! All right, folks, check this out. It'll knock you right out of your seats. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Omelet.
Omelet who?
I'm a lot funnier than Mickey Hollandaise is.
I don't get it.
Try this one. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Okay, wait.
Here's another box.
Okay, it's
I
done.
hope I can find 20.
Oh, I check. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Tea.
Say, is it alright if I take your pumpkin?
Sure, kid. Knock yourself out.
Thanks.
Too bad. Can we not help this guy?
I don't think he'd be interested in that.
Okay, well, we can't help him. That's fine.
Oh, hang on. This is a good one. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Oh my god! Angel! Thank you for the raid! How is your stream? Welcome, Raiders. I'm Pyro Lily. I'm a Christmas dinosaur right now. We're doing some nostalgic Pajama Sam. Speeches and cream time. Yeah!
Me and the bell were just closer together.
Amber, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the Pyro Pack.
Hi, do you sell balloons?
Give the boy a college scholarship. He's a genius.
Please pose for your picture.
Oh, we can get a library card.
You're allowed 1 photo per customer.
Ew, do I really look like that?
Thank you, thank you. Charos, do you mind giving a shout out for Angel? DRB, his stream was awesome, but oh, nice, nice. I'm glad you finally beat it. Yeah, and also if you need to like go eat, take a break, I know how it'd be. Nice. Let's go back. Oh, I didn't grab this one.
Another box top.
Ooh, we're at 14 now. Only 6 more box tops.
Shall we? Let's shall.
Ah. Okay, so we need to get a library card, but I don't know what we need the library card for yet, so we'll probably hold off on that. But we did get something we need. Hold on. Oh, we need the gourd to get into the eye place. Yeah. So, have any of you Raiders played Pajama Sam before? Sleep time. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Sleep well.
Sir. Welcome to the A complex, Mr.
Gourd. Sam Gourd.
Mr. Gord. Very good.
Oh yes, that's very good.
I think I'll just go on in here now.
Hold it, that's the... Oh, wait a minute. It's gourds only, right?
Yeah, it's gourd, not guard only.
So I guess that means,
I've not played this, but it looks similar to games I played when I was younger. Yeah, if you played Putt Putt or Spy Fox or Freddy Fish, it's the same company. So we did a Putt Putt marathon a few weeks back. 15.
I bet I could see all the way around the world with this thing. Neat.
Well, my game's... Oh, they're all in Danish. Okay.
Hey, there's Chuck
£6.
Cheddar and his balloon.
£6. Okay. So our pound, we weighed 42 pounds, and that says 6 pounds. What is this about? So this is like a children's game about eating healthy. So
look, it's General
There? Huh?
Wow. Sorry, that was bad. Basically, the sweets have taken over. It's a little silly. The sweets have taken over, and they're all of the healthy food are now like criminals. They're political. Some of them are political prisoners. So they're having a peace conference with delegates from each of the food groups, and I have to find the delegates. I think I can go that way. Yeah. So that's the game. That's silly. Yeah. I mean it's good for little kids. I just You know,
I sure like your horn of celebration.
Thank you.
let me blow it again and see if it stops the baking on the beach. No, it didn't. Okay.
Some horn.
Not
Imagine
so
explaining
loud
Pajama
next
Sam
time.
twice in an hour, right? Yeah, so this is the third game that we're playing today, and we're playing 4 total.
How much weight did you say you need for the balloon again?
10 pounds altogether, but there's already some in the sandbag under the balloon.
Are you sure you don't want to just climb over here?
I can't leave the balloon. It's government property, and I'm responsible.
Oh, damn it. We don't have something that's 10 pounds, do we? Explicitly? Okay, so I think the next thing we're gonna do is go to the other parts of the heart to see if there's anything we can unlock yet. Because we need something that's like kind of like a bell. And we need something that weighs 10 pounds.
How about another ride?
Sure, anytime.
Okay. Welcome to the foothills. That looks gross. I don't like feet. Lily, how'd you get the captions when you talk? So there is this website called webcaptioner.com. Okay. And basically what I do is I screen share that, and I made the background on it green, and then I used a color key to get it to not show up green and show up transparent. Yeah, it's not perfect, but
Say, I was wondering.
What do we do when we see a door, young man?
knock.
Knock on it, I guess?
Oh, epic. Yeah. I can put it in my server after the stream is done if you remind me.
What can we do for you today?
My name is Sam.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Sam. My name is Selma Celery, and this is my sister, Selena Celery. Hello.
Hello.
We teach dancing and etiquette here. What do you do?
Right now, I'm helping a carrot prevent a war by finding peace delegates and getting them to a big conference.
How delightful.
That's a lot.
Such a filthy business.
I don't think that will do much good.
Wait. There he
I don't
goes.
think that will do much good.
You sure? There you go. I just have to click in the right place.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I have a coupon.
Yeah, the captions aren't completely accurate though.
I'm terribly
So.
sorry. I can't honor that coupon right now. Not until I get some new shoes.
New shoes?
Oh, we have to get our shoes?
The sweet troops commandeered the old ones to use as cargo boats, and I'm having
Damn.
trouble getting new ones. She's very hard to fit. That's right.
Mm.
I wear a size 37. See?
What?
Really, dear, must you? Sorry, I don't know what came over me.
That was a big foot. Okay, I'm not. No more coupons here.
Here's another box top. I hope I can.
Not coupon, box top. Ooh, 4 more.
Hi, I'm Sam.
Oh, hi. I'm the foreman here at the factory. You're not looking for work, are you?
Size 37, yeah, it's huge.
I've got enough troubles as it is. I'm supposed to sort everybody out with this new BCS 4000 bean counter sorter machine. But I don't even have a manual to tell me how to put it together. Oh dear, oh dear.
BCS 4000. Boy, there are a lot of parts in there.
It's a hopeless mess. And the instruction manual didn't come with it, so I've got no way at all of putting it
Okay,
together.
I have to find an instruction manual. Did I? Oh, I can probably find the instruction manual at the library. Okay, so let's go to the library now. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better in this game than I was in the last game. This is a lot. I feel like this one's a little more putt-putt like, so it's up my alley.
Shall we? Let's shall.
Oh, I had to click again. Oh, cute emotes. Okay. The library was in the food pyramid. Do they even use a food pyramid anymore? I think it's a plate now. Because I remember it used to be a pyramid, and then when I was a younger dinosaur, it was a plate, and then they changed it to the food pyramid that included exercise, and then after that they changed it back to a plate. Okay.
Here's a photo of me.
The onion is crying. Ah, yes, my favorite food, the exercise. Yeah, it's supposed to be like diet alone won't make you healthy. You have to make sure you move your body. In the US, it was implemented under Michelle Obama, the president's wife at the time. Because that was her whole thing. She wanted to make the US a healthier country and stop obesity. Oh, wait, I wanted to be on that. Hold on. I think we want this. Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's a plate now? Okay. Ugh.
I'm pretty sure that won't.
I think that's the instruction manual. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, they ruined my lunches in high school. Oh, I remember that.
Yes, if you want to take that book with you, you'll have to check it out.
Oh, oopsies. I almost stole from the library.
Can I use this
Ellipses.
card now?
Why would it say ellipses? That's stupid. The captioning is stupid. I might find another website for it, honestly.
You may keep the book for 3 weeks. After that, the fine is $400 a day. That seems like kind of a lot. Just have the book back in 3 weeks.
That's a lot.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, we used to, everyone's favorite school lunch was the French toast sticks. And then when the new like health thing got implemented, they wouldn't give us French toast sticks anymore. Which is really sad. It makes me sad. Okay. See if I remember the way.
Use a ride again. Hop on.
Okay, I think They took away my pizza bagels. Oh, I think we still had pizza bagels. I was never a fan of them. Like, I like real pizza bagels. I think it was this way, I'm not sure. But the pizza bagels at lunch, the cheese was always, like, icky. You know? Like, homemade pizza bagels are, like, so good. But I found the school ones to be, like, blah. Oh, you know what? It makes sense they have all of the beans building things. Because beans they represent the protein in this game, and proteins are like the building blocks. They're like muscle and stuff. God, I'm such a big brain. I'm learning, guys.
Oh! It's the BCS 4000 Operator's Guide by Dr. Gizmo Flutewing. Sprouts be praised. We can put the machine together. Quick, help me. Take an end.
Ooh, okay, now they're gonna build it.
That ought to just about do it.
Thanks for all your help, Sam. Hey, what do you say? Shall we fire it up? I'll let you do the honors.
Sure.
All beans to the counting and sorting.
Jelly and kidney beans.
This machine to sort the beans and find number 47. The kidney beans go on one side, and the jelly beans go on the other.
Wait, why do we need 47?
Change which way the beans fall by clicking on those switches.
I don't know if that's a kidney bean or a jelly bean. How do I know which is which? I think that's a kidney bean. Does it matter how I sort them? I don't think it does. Oh no! Oh, I'm really bad at this, clearly. Okay. Okay, I'm getting the hang of it. All of the red ones go on the right side. There we go. I'm getting the hang of this. They said 47, so that means we're gonna be here a while. I feel like a lot. I don't know. At least we're gonna have a lot of kidney in a row, it seems. That should make it go faster. Oh wow. Yeah, we really aren't getting a lot of jelly beans, huh? What number do you need? They said 47. Which seems it just seems like a lot, but I guess we're almost there, right? Yeah, right? That's a pretty high number. I've gained the system. I don't know why, just like the past week or so, my throat's been like really phlegmy. Ugh. If you guys hear me clearing my throat a lot, it's because of that. I think it's allergies, but like there are no plants outside, so what could I be allergic to? You know? Okay, we're getting there. I wonder if kidney beans have a higher chance of spawning. This seems a little crazy. Okay. Pyro dominating these beans. Yeah, I guess so.
It looks like you're bean number 47. So you've got to represent us at the peace conference.
It's a great honor.
Wow.
You better take this hat in case there's any confusion.
Thank you, Foreman. I'll be on my way immediately.
Cool. We got one of the delegates.
1 down, 3 to go.
Yeah.
Good work, Sam.
I think a delegate is always a kidney bean, so they have to make it mostly kidney. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So we haven't been able to find anything that's like Bell-like. Also see much easier game. Right, it is a lot easier. It is a lot easier. You are correct. This one gives me more putt-putt vibes. Yeah, but also, I mean, I did just eat, so maybe my brain is fueled. Oh no, wait, no! Wait, no! Hold on. Also, I found the Granny Smith apple. Haha. Oh, wow. Okay. That was interesting. Sorry, I paused there. I got a notification on my phone. 17. 3 more to go. Okay. There we go. Is there a box top in here? Do you guys see? I don't think so.
What are you all jumping for?
It's not jumping, we're dancing. It's called the pogo.
Hello, I'm Pajama Sam. Are you one of the delegates to the peace conference?
That's right. I'm Granny Smythe. That's
Smythe.
With a Y, mind you. Get
Not
it
Smith,
right.
haha.
Yes, ma'am. And there's one more thing I want to say.
What's that?
Help!
Do you think you could stop dancing so that lady could get out?
Stop dancing? No way, we gotta dance. Don't mess with our freedom of expression.
I can't argue with that.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be very nice.
Wait.
That wouldn't be very nice.
I don't know, I think it'd be funny.
Here, would you like a coupon for a free dance lesson?
Free? Great. Hey, there's a phone number at the bottom. I'll give them a call right now. Hello. I'm calling about a free
It'd be a
dance
much
lesson.
easy solution. Yeah, it would.
It's too bad. Okay, thank you.
What happened?
She says she can't teach right now because she doesn't have the right shoes or something. You better hold on to the coupon. Thanks anyhow.
Okay, so I need to give her the shoes and then get them to dance to free the apple. Okay.
Oh, good, another box top.
We're gonna need that plunger for something?
I'm plunger like the other guys do.
I lost it the other day while I was skiing. It doesn't matter too much, since I mostly just handle the paperwork anyway.
Oh, interesting.
You guys are all plumbers, right?
Right.
Okay. I think that's it. I need to find the shoe. And we can't go down there. Let's see.
Come on, Sprinkle, let's go. Okay.
I wonder, I'm gonna go back to the cheese guy and see if any of the items we had would be good. I think. Alright. Yep, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Sleep well. Because I'm thinking, like, maybe this bag's a sandbag? Another thing I can think, they needed a bell at the Muscle Beach place, so, like, maybe I need to ring something there? I don't know.
I don't think he'd be interested in that. That wouldn't be very nice. That wouldn't be very nice.
Okay, no. Now I'm a little stumped. Oh wait, is the captioning working? Yeah, okay, it is. Wow. The AI for this is not very good, I would say. I wonder if I can find the plunger. Like, maybe I have to ski to find items too? Or maybe I have to go different ways. I wonder. Alright, that just led me back there.
That was great.
Okay. Okie dokie, so let's see. For him, we need to figure out how to get them to start working out again. Him, we need to find a weight that's 10 pounds, and for her, we need to find a shoe. Okay.
I could use a ride again. Hop on.
So I'm gonna see if I can maybe use the mallet for something. Maybe to hit some people, who knows? Okay. Doesn't help us. Okay. Wait. Okay, no, we already went.
Who's there?
Not those bad jokes again. Okay.
Hey, the sand is kind of heavy.
Oh, wait. Oh, a sandbag. Okay. There we go.
scoop in the bag.
2.
That's 2 scoops.
We need 4 scoops probably.
There. I have 4 scoops in the bag. Sand is heavy.
Okay.
Hey, the sand is kind of heavy.
No, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on.
I'd better not monkey with that. It looks...
I'm figuring stuff out. Okay.
Hey, Zach.
Pajama Sam, 46 pounds. Spill your brain, brah.
You told me before I was only 42 pounds.
4 pounds is massively easy to spot. Maybe you're carrying something heavy now.
Okay. And we know that
Come on, Sprinkle.
he needs 10 pounds.
Okay.
And he already had 6 pounds in the hot air balloon. So that should be good. That should be perfect. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I think the sandbag thing is a little bit of a stretch, honestly. But I'm learning. You have to click on everything. Oh, I get what the beans were doing. They were cleaning the teeth. That makes sense. Okay.
I don't think that will work. Here, maybe this bag of sand will help get you unstuck.
Ah, brilliant. Thank you. It's working.
Yay!
Kid, you're a genius. I am off to the peace conference.
Good luck. That's 2 down, 2 to go.
Okay, so where are we gonna get a shoe? My question. Did anyone see a shoe anywhere? Who do you know that has large shoes? I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. I know someone has large feet. I wasn't really looking at anyone's shoes. I want to try something though. Now I'm gonna. The game usually calls them out for big shoes. Huh? Wait. Oh. Okay. No, I remember. God, we're gonna have to go through the knock-knocks again. Ugh.
Yeah, I got 1,000,000 of them. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Theodore. I like your shoes.
Oh, not the shoes.
You don't like the shoes?
I can't stand them. I only keep them because people will laugh at them and they won't laugh at my jokes. I'm an awful comedian.
I wouldn't say awful.
It's true. I haven't been able to tell a decent joke since those sweet troopers marched through here and got those note cards all out of order. I'll probably never be funny again.
Let me take a look at your note cards. Maybe I can help.
Okay, now we have another mini game. Okay, God, wait, no, I have to read now. See, this game, Pajama Sam Games are for an older audience than Putt-Putt games because they require reading. I think...
What has yellow and green stripes, 600 legs, and great big fangs? I don't know, but it's just want to match up. I don't... What has yellow and... I think that one's funny.
Yeah, and it has big great fans. I don't know, but it's crawling on your shoulder. That one's good. What goes ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, plop plop plop.
And orange, I think that one. This might sound better. Lettuce, that might work.
There you go.
There. Why don't you try?
I think that those jokes were funny, eh?
Hey, I think you're right. I think this is better. I'm going to try them. I'm going to try them without the shoes.
Yeah. Oh, the game audio just cut for a second.
Another one for you.
Who's there?
It's me, Mickey Hollandaise, Top Banana for all your comedy needs. May I have the spotlight, please?
Now we get some jokes.
Now this joke was a favorite of my close personal friend, Elvis Parsley. What's round and tangy and blue? And orange holding its breath.
There's someone in the audience sleeping. Oh my God.
60 miles an hour. Anyone? Huh? It's a strawberry driving a car.
Can I leave? No, I can't leave yet. Damn it.
Oh yeah. And here's one of the deeper mysteries. What can you use to make a salad, build a boat, and brush your teeth? Lettuce, wood, and a toothbrush.
That one wasn't that funny, admittedly.
You, ma'am, there in the front row. Tell me, what has yellow and green stripes, 600 legs, and great big fangs?
Why, I don't know.
I don't know either, but it's crawling on your shoulder. Just kidding, ma'am. No harm done, I hope. Now, does anyone
traumatize the audience?
Plop, plop, plop. An audience laughing their heads off.
Oh, some of them did lose their heads. Oh God. Okay, we can take the juice now.
Boy, that went really well.
It was my finest performance, and I owe it all to you. Thank you for helping me put my jokes and my career back together.
You're welcome.
And as for you, you great unwieldy galoshes, I shall need you no more. Now, if you'll excuse me, young man, I've got to go and have a little talk with my agent.
Okay. What about the audience?
He said he doesn't need these anymore, so I guess it's okay if I take them.
No, you should ask Sam. Don't just steal things. Yeah, honestly, I know these games are supposed to educate children on like different topics.
Yeah, I got a million. Knock, knock. Who's there?
But I don't know. I feel like all it taught me was kleptomania.
It's harder than it looks.
But you got rid of the sandbag, though.
I think it works best. Do you like selling balloons?
Oh, yeah. It's the fulfillment of all my hopes and dreams.
What happens if you sell all your balloons?
I can can buy a new pair of shoes. Velcro shoes.
What's wrong with the ones you've got?
Nothing if you've got all day to tie them. The laces keep coming undone.
Could you use some new shoes?
Yeah, those would be great if I were a clown.
No, damn.
So, no kid, but thanks anyway.
Say, those are nice. Oops.
Darn these laces, they're always coming undone. Here, kid, hold these for me, would you?
Pajama Sam always helps those in need. Whoops.
Oh, wait.
Thanks, kid.
Oh, no. Okay, I understand what I need to do.
Another box top.
19. We're missing 1. Oh my god. Oh, that's kind of aggravating a little bit.
Oh, not again. Would you mind holding these again?
Pajama Sam always helps those in need.
There's the bell. We're done, girls. Peak tanning hours are over. Bye-bye, boys. Let's go get some frozen yogurt.
Wait, can they eat in this universe? Like, wouldn't that be cannibalism?
They come back tomorrow.
What'll we do until then?
Work out some more. What else?
Yeah! Alright.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? The wheel, it turns. I am severed.
Help?
Courage, mon ami. You must grab onto the wheel.
I can't click, so. Oops.
Excellent. Now we are both severed.
Yay!
I can continue on to the Conference of Peace.
Say, what happened to my... Oh, shoot. Oh, well, I needed a new career anyhow.
Perhaps you can start the taxi service. I need to go to the food pyramid. Can you take me there?
Sure, hop in.
Au revoir, my pajama friend.
Still can't believe I missed 1 box top.
That's 3 down, only 1 more to go.
I wonder where it is. I'm not gonna kill myself looking for it though. But if you guys see it, let me know.
Okay.
Oh wait, nope, that's not where I want to go. I want to go this way.
Let's yell.
We want the second cavern. Okay.
Excuse me. I thought you might like to have these shoes.
Oh my! They're wonderful. Why, I've never seen such colorful shoes before.
Oh my god.
And they fit perfectly. They're so comfortable. I can dance again. Oh, thank you, young man. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, Sprinkle, how about another ride?
Sure, anytime.
No box top. Like, we already got it here.
Here, maybe you'll have better luck with this coupon now.
Sure, it's worth a try. I'll give him a call right now. Hello, I'm calling again about free.
Charos is really the true MVP of the stream, helping me out with these puzzles.
It might be better if you came here. Stand back? What are you? Yo!
Oh! What?
Wow! Great trick.
Yeah! My, we do have work to do. All right, listen up, everyone. Grab a partner. We're going to learn to waltz. Now watch out. Do as we do. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Watch
What?
it! Watch it!
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Coming through. Good heavens! I thought I was never going to get out of there. Young people have no respect these days.
And they still don't.
You really helped me by getting them to stop that horrible jumping.
Pajama Sam always helps those in need.
Well, that's good. I'd love to stay and dance, but I've got to be off now. They'll need me at the peace conference.
Yay!
Thank you.
Bye. I think that's all the delegates. I'd better get to the food pyramid myself to make sure everything goes okay.
I'm telling you, meals should consist.
There it is. There it is.
For health reasons.
Oh, god damn it.
Breads, which are the most healthy of foods.
Hi, everybody. How's it going?
I can't click. No.
This cheese has gone rancid. I cannot negotiate with him.
Uh-oh. You're both fools.
Damn it, it's gone now. Oh, it's too late. You're right. Damn it.
What do you know, you old crabapple?
A lot more than you overgrown lump of mold.
Please, let's not resort to name calling.
Who made you the boss, you wilted weed?
Flathead.
Shrub.
Entree. Loaf.
Paddlum.
Grub.
Morsel.
Gobbet.
Tidbit.
Stop!
What's going on in here? I thought I heard shouting. This means war!
No, it doesn't. You're all being silly fighting like this. If there's one thing I've learned since I've been here, it's that no food is an island.
What?
What are you talking about?
You two are arguing about whether cheese or bread is better, but it takes cheese and bread to make a cheese sandwich, which is maybe the most perfect food there is.
You know what? His logic is sound.
Without the other.
Cheese sandwich.
And there's other stuff too. What about peanut butter and jelly? Or macaroni and cheese?
Mac and cheese, yeah.
All the best things to eat are made by different kinds of food working together. And that's what you should all be doing. Instead of fighting, you can work together to create new and better things.
New? Better?
Sure. Like maybe an apple, broccoli, bean, cheese, and lollipop sandwich.
That sounds gross.
Got a point.
That sounds disgusting.
Put her there, partner.
All right. Yeah. Let's do it.
Cooperation? Why this means
Peace, General. Peace.
Exactly. In that case, I hereby officially and irrevocably declare peace.
Great.
Yay!
You really saved the day with that one.
We helped Carrot twice in one stream.
Can you stick around to help us make plans for the future? Or have you got to get home for dinner?
Dinner? Oh my gosh. I forgot.
Oops. Oh.
Sure you want to leave?
Okay, cool. So now we're on Life is Rough When You Lose Your Stuff. I've never played this game before. Hopefully it's pretty easy like that one. Yeah, it's peace until that damn sandwich is made. Oh no. Is it rough? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna be here all night. Seems. Oh, why did that happen? Hold on. Play. Oh, okay. You know what? This has happened once before. And that means the file... This is unplayable. This happened during the putt-putt stream, actually. And I couldn't play that game. So I think we're actually done for the day. Hold on, I have some critiques. Yeah, because I remember there was a putt-putt game during the putt-putt stream that I couldn't open at all. And it kept doing that. And I got a refund because it meant the game was broken. So... Oh, well, it's a good thing we're skipping it anyway. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's fine. We did the first 3. I would say that's good. I don't know. Everyone in chat, do you think that's a satisfactory completion of the community challenge? I don't want to, like, jip you of anything, but, if that game is broken, I can't really play it. Also, if the voice actor is different, what's the point? Cheers, you voted it. Do you think that was okay? The first 3 games? I'm gonna move this. I'm also gonna take off my bow. I'm gonna call that complete. Do we have the emotes unlocked yet? Have they unlocked during this stream? No, they have not. We do have... I'd like to see you play 4, but if it's broken. Yeah, I know. It's sad. Because, like, I did them at more than 24 hours in advance. And typically my emotes unlock for me, like, immediately. But it was weird. It didn't do that. Okay, we're gonna find someone to raid. Yeah. That was so much fun. Let me put the Christmas music back on in the meantime, though. Oh, we have quite a few people streaming today. I'm gonna raid Tara, though. I think. I'm gonna meet her. Thank you so much for coming. Tomorrow's stream we're doing more game dev. I'm gonna try to work on some AI during that. So it's gonna be a lot of research and a lot of crying. Yeah, so we're gonna be doing the AI for the ferrets. Yeah, okay. Alright, so we're gonna raid Tara. Oh my god, wait, you can see her stream. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, now you can see the captions again. Okay, no raid message this time around. Thank you so much for coming. Again, I'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. Okay, bye-bye.